number 2 of the night. It's the 412 of Cardi finishing second, and the 905 of Abraham rounding out your top 3. Up next, we have heat race number 3. 2 classes in this. We have the 120 improved stock class with the 88 of Chase Reinhofer and the 725 of Owen Halata. Along with them, we also have our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. 5 racers in that class. The 1 of Carson Krochek, the 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, and the 140 of Brecken Gorsinger. 7 racers, 2 classes. Looks like 6 of our racers making the call. My apologies, all 7 are out there and accounted for, but out front there is 1 in the lead. Looks to be the 88 of Chase Reinhofer leading the charge, putting the first lap in the book. Right behind them, the 725, I believe, or the 75 of Addison Schmeideker in second. Reinhofer, your current race leader, leading the 120 improved stock class. Right behind him, the 75 of Addison Schmeideker in second overall, currently leading that Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. Just outside the top 3, we have the 725 of Owen Halata, currently in 4th overall, fighting off a 3-rider battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. Halata, second place in that 120 improved stock class. As we have 1 rider going up and over on that left-hand corner on the northwest end of the track. Rider seems to be up and all good, back under their own power. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the 88 of Reinhofer. 75 of Schmeideker, hot on Reinhofer's tail. Schmeideker looking to the inside, trying to make that pass for the lead. Still about 3 sled lengths behind. Nothing going on there quite yet. 1 lap left to go. As we have another battler, the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, trying to get into the mix as well. Out front, Reinhofer, Schmeideker, 1, 2, 3. That's Addison Schmeideker in second on the 75. Leo Schmeideker in third on the 8. Taking over that battle, the 2 Schmeidekers fighting for that lead in the Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. Out front alone, though, one last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner, the 8 of Chase Reinhofer. And it's going to be the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, taking second overall, but winning the Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. Race number 4 about to hit the track. Our 200 stock 9 to 12. Heat 1 and 2 classes. Heat number 1, we have the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, the 311 of Levi Murtha, the 314 of Bryson McKelvey, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 545 of Hendrik De Bruin, the 710 of Sullivan Smith, and the 730 of Maya Smith. Still got 1 racer on the track from our last class out there. Looks to be the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, who had been in one of those podium positions, went up and over, just getting on to the front stretch straightaway before the checkered flag. So we're going to give a chance for Schmeideker to get resituated here before we go to some green flag action for race number 4, our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Schmeideker looks to be all good off the track, so we're going to give the go-ahead to our race number 4. Starter gives them the look, makes sure everyone is set and ready to go. Lights are out, and away we go. 5 racers taking the lead. All side by side through that whole shot corner. Looks like it might have been the 524 of Michael Rambo taking the lead. Not quite sure. Looked like that was him taking the whole shot. Just like that, heat number 2 is taking the drop as well. The 5 of Easton Green, the 10 of Brantley Lambrick, 122 of Carson May, 311R of Leah Pellet, 619 of Aubrey Erickson, 708 of Carlson, and the 939 of Storley. Out front alone, it's the 524 of Rambo leading the charge, 545 of De Bruin right behind in second, and the 311 of Murtha rounding out the top 3. A little bit of space before we get back to the 710 of Smith in fourth. And then we have heat number 2 hot on their tails. The 10 of Brantley Lambrick currently leading the charge in heat number 2 right now. Right behind him, quite a few competitors. It looks to be the 5 of Easton Green in second, the 939 of Everett Storley in third. 1, 2, 3 for heat number 2, side by side with heat number 1. Out front alone, the white flag is out. One more lap to go for our early race leader, the 524 of Michael Rambo with the early race charge. Now almost a full straightaway ahead of our second place competitor, the 545 of Henrik De Bruin. Just behind him, a little battle still developing there between the 311 of Murtha and the 710 of Smith. Murtha trying to take that final podium position. Smith trying to find any way to get onto that podium. As we get to the back of the pack for heat number 1, heat number 2 is right there as well. Looks to be currently being led by the 5 of Easton Green. Green trying to get up into the mix, move up to the overall 4th place position there. Checkered flag is out, though. One last time onto the front straightaway with more than a straightaway advantage. Give it up for your heat race winner, the 524 of Michael Rambo, taking the win today for Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Doperalski State Farm, and Dodlinger Ford. It's the 545 in second, and the 939 of Storley with a late race charge, going to take the win in heat number 2, finishing 3rd place overall. Race number 5, we got one Snowbike out there today. The 590 of Ron Enruth taking the stage out of New Prague, Minnesota, racing for Polaris, Polaris Timber Sled, 509, Climb, Moose Bar and Grill, Northeast Minneapolis, and 75 Designs. Green flag is out. One racer out there in our Snowbike class. Now, for those of you who may be new to this class, what this Snowbike class is, you take any of your classic dirt bikes. You know, you might have in Ron Enruth's case, I believe that is a YZ125 out there that he has. You might see a couple CRF 250Rs, might see a 450 out there in the mix. You take one of those classic dirt bikes that you would see racing motocross in the summer, swap out the front wheel for a ski and some different suspension, swap out that rear tire and chain linkage for what is called a timber sled. So Polaris runs this group called Timber Sleds. It's able to make a conversion kit for your dirt bike that you might have sitting out in the shed or in the garage back at home. Throw some sleds on there to make it a sort of hybrid motorcycle snowmobile out there. Last weekend was our first weekend here doing our Snowbike class. We had, I believe, 3 competitors out there, had just announced it, so this is a very new class for this group. Bringing it on here to Sunday Funday, always trying to bring some new activities out here. Right now, Ron Enruth putting on the charge, showing everybody what the Snowbike class here is all about. We have them back here again tomorrow for round number 8 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series. So we're hoping to see some more Snowbikes here. Out in the meantime, we got a nice race going on between the 590 of Ron Enruth and our nice little following drone there right behind. Our drone, a new feature that we're adding here. You know, we've had drones here in the past. Today we have a new drone operator. It is Dan Wall from Immersive Aerial Media. You might recognize him from drone footage such as FMX, Octane, Beetlejuice, The Last of Us, based out of Boston, bringing the drone over here to Minnesota for the 2025 Sunday Funday series. Enruth's going to take the checkered flag, which gives race number 6, our junior girls under 200cc class, a chance to go out there. 14 of Charlie Van Dam, the 15Z of Zella Green, the 179 of Emmy Simonson, the 311R of Leah Pellet, the 619 of Aubrey Erickson, the 708 of JC Carlson, and the 730 of Maya Smith hitting the track. First lap in the books, out front alone. It's going to end up being the 14 of Van Dam leading the charge. Right behind them, the 708 of Carlson and the 311R of Pellet side by side, going for those final 2 podium spots. But right behind them, we have another competitor hot on their tails, trying to get into the mix for that bottom spot on the podium. Want to get one of those top 3 positions there. Looks to be the 179 of Emmy Simonson just outside of the top 3. Van Dam, Carlson, Pellet, Simonson, your top 4. Little bit of space before we get back to our 5th place competitor. I believe that might be the 15Z of Green out there. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Van Dam. Pulling away from the rest of the field, Carlson has secured that 2nd place spot by herself. Still has Pellet close behind in 3rd. Moved back from about 1 sled length behind, though. Now to about 4 or 5 sled lengths. Gives Carlson a little bit of room to breathe in that 2nd place spot. Not setting their sights too hard on the 14 of Van Dam. Van Dam pulling away from the rest of the field. First lap, it was about a 5 sled length advantage. Right now, we're looking at just about half a straightaway advantage between Van Dam and the rest of the field. One last time onto the front straightaway here. Checkered flag is about to fly for your heat race winner. The 14 of Charlie Van Dam taking the win for Russell Creek Sawmill and Delling Construction. 708 of Carlson going to finish 2nd. And it's the 311R of Pellet rounding out your top 3. Race number 7 about to hit the track. 200 stock 4 to 8, heats 1 and 2. Race number 8, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17. And race number 9, Ditchbanger Triples, Ditchbanger Twins, and Leaf Spring should all be in the staging area already. Races number 10 and 11 should be making your way up if you are not already up here. In our 200 stock 4 to 8 classes, we have the 10R of Ryder Bitson, the 85 of Colton Neifel, the 140 of Brecken Gorsinger, the 179 of Aria Simonson, the 409 of Hayes Carlson, Owen Lance piloting the 410, Michael Rambo on the 524, the 710 of Sullivan Smith, the 816 of Monty Speaker, and the 989 of Tyler Custodio are going to be in Heat 1 of our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. 10 racers going to be in heat number 1 of 2 for our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. We got a full class here tonight of 200 stock 4 to 8 racers. Quite a few sleds at the lineup right now. Heat number 2, we have the 23 of Liam Peterson, the 102 of Breck May, the 103 of Taylor Cunningham, 106 of Owen Carty, 222 of Jordy Ignazowski, the 517 of Noah Abraham, the 618 of Gunnar Potsky, the 729 of Noah Olson, and the 910 of Henrik Storley. A full crew out there tonight for our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. Starter's going to give them the check, make sure everything is set and ready to go for our racers. Gives them the thumbs up. Lights are out, and away we go for the heat number 1 of 200 stock 4 to 8. They're going to get the early go. Heat number 2, now with the green over there. 2 heats out on the track right now. As we've got 2 sleds up and over on the northwest corner, 2 of our riders from the first drop of our 200 stock 4 to 8 class. Out front, leading the charge, though, early on, just like we saw earlier today. The 524 of Michael Rambo pulling away from the rest of the crowd. 816 a Speaker in second. The 10R of Bitson in third. And we've got 3 more competitors just outside. It's the 710 of Smith in fourth, looking to take over that third podium position. But he's got company hot on his tail from the 989 of Custodio. As we get back to our second drop, Out front, leading the way, it's the 517 of Noah Abraham taking the early race lead. Just behind him, the 910 of Storley. And we've got our third place competitor just behind them as well, leading the charge on a pack of 6 racers. 6 racers fighting for that third place position overall in the Heat 2 section. White flag is out for Rambo. One more lap to go for our race leader. It's Rambo, Speaker, Bitson, 1, 2, 3. Side-by-side battle going for 4th and 5th as the 989 of Custodio is able to squeak his way up into 4th overall. Now set his sights on that podium position. Back in second drop, it's Abraham and Storley, 1, 2. Side-by-side battle for 3rd. It's the 23 of Peterson currently holding on strong. And the 222 of Ignazuski in 3rd currently. Peterson trying to take that 3rd place spot over. Back up front, checkered flag is flying for your heat race winner. Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Donlinger 4, WPS Fly Racing. It's the 524 of Michael Rambo taking the W. 816 of Speaker going to finish 2nd, with the 989 of Custodio able to make his way up to 3rd overall. 517 of Abraham and the 910 of Storley going to go 1, 2 in heat number 2, that 2nd drop. And it'll be the 23 of Peterson prevailing for that 3rd place spot in heat number 2. Race number 8 about to hit the track. Junior Ditchbanger, 13-17. It's the 2 of Caden Hagen, the 57 of Ezrin Lighters, 207 of Avery Kisner, the 615 of Colton Winter, the 726 of Lucas Holicky, and the 942 of Bailey Streese hitting the track. 6 racers in Junior Ditchbanger, 13-17 right now. 1 rider out front leading the way. Believe that might be the 57 of Lighters with the early race charge, taking that whole shot. Side-by-side battle for 2nd and 3rd going on just behind. Lighters going to put a lap in the book, leading the way. Right behind them, it's the 615 of Winter in 2nd. And the 726, I believe, of Holicky, currently in 4th. That 3rd place racer, splitting the difference, seems to be Winter now moving back to 3rd. Out front, a battle for the lead developing. Lighters has it. Our 2nd place competitor wants it. Another lap in the books. It's Lighters. 726 of Holicky putting a battle on there, trying to take over that 3rd place spot. Almost goes up and over, able to save it, but going to draw back quite a bit from his competitor. Was looking to take over that 3rd place spot, not quite able to get by this time around. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Lighters & Co. Lighters with a nice battle going on right behind them, trying to hold on to that top spot. Quite a charge going on. We've seen them side by side nearly this entire race. Lighters did get the whole shot, trying to secure that lead throughout the rest of this battle. Battle still raging on there as well for 3rd and 4th after that little mix-up over on the X Racing left-hand corner on the east side of the track. Holicky back up, trying to take back over that 3rd place position. Checkered flag is out, and it's the 57 of Lighters taking the win. The 615 going to follow right behind in 2nd. And side by side, who will it be for 3rd? It's the 726 of Holicky, able to make that late race charge. Race number 9 about to hit the track. Looks like we have 1 rider down over on the southwest side of the track. That last turn before we get on to the front straightaway there. Gonna make sure our rider's all good before we get into race number 9. Race 9, we have two classes out there, Ditch Banger Triples, Ditch Banger Twins, and Leaf Spring. In the Triples class, we have the 71 of Houston Becker out of Forreston, Minnesota, and the 712 of Emily Becker from Forreston, Minnesota. In the Twins class, we have the 24X of Kempe, the 626 of Zachary, the 716 of Cordis, and the 731 of Jaeger Cordis. In the Leaf Spring class, we have the 1 of Peyton Weisbrod and the 44 of Isaac Ratz. That'll be race number 9 once that hits the track. Up next after that, race 10, the Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. Race 11, Transition 8 to 10. And race 12, Junior 10 to 13 should all be in the staging area. Races 13, Ditch Banger 2000 and 2009, and race 14, Junior 14 to 17, Junior Open, and 600 Open 18 plus should all be making their way to the staging area. A little bit of news in this Ditch Banger Triple class. The 712 of Emily Becker, today is her 40th birthday. That's who we're celebrating here at ERX for round number 7 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series. 712 of Emily Becker turning the big 4-0 today. Doing a nice little celebration for her afterwards. We got some music going on here. So make sure if you see her out there to wish her a happy birthday. Looks like it's the 2 of Haugen that was having some issues. Back up on his sled, pulling off the track. Glad to see that all good there. We'll check back at race number 9. Our starter gives the go-ahead. Make sure everyone's ready. Lights are out and away we go. And with the early race lead, it'll be the 731 of Jaeger Cordis leading the way and pulling away from a 3-rider side-by-side battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. We're 3 wide through that first corner, starting to simmer out quite a bit, spreading out a little bit as Cordis absolutely pulls away from the rest of the field, clearing that front stretch tabletop. Just behind him, it's the 71 of Houston Becker in 2nd and the 626 of Michael Zachary in 3rd. Jaeger Cordis leading the charge in the Ditch Banger Twins class. 2nd overall, it's currently the 71 of Houston Becker, who's actually leading the Ditch Banger Triples class. So our top 2 riders there are actually 2 separate heat race leaders as we currently sit. Another lap in the books for the 731 of Jaeger Cordis. Cordis already a full straightaway advantage over the 2nd place rider, the 71 of Houston Becker. In 3rd, it's still the 626 of Zachary and the 24X of Kempe hot on their tail. Kempe in 4th, looking to take over that 3rd place spot overall. In 5th overall, currently sitting the 44 of Isaac Ratz, leading the charge in the Leaf Spring class. So like I said, top 5 racers out there right now. We have 3 separate classes out there and 3 separate race leaders going on, all in this mixed class. Jaeger Cordis, white flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Cordis. It's Cordis, Becker, Zachary 1, 2, 3. And one last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for your heat race winner, the 731 of Jaeger Cordis taking the W. A little bit of space before we get back to the 7-1 of Houston Becker. Becker going to finish 2nd overall, taking the win in the Ditch Banger Triples class. And it's a who's who's for 3rd. Side-by-side drag race to the end. It'll be the 626 of Michael Zachary finishing 3rd overall. That was race number 9. Up next, we have race number 10, the Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. We have the 22 of Tyler Barber, the 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 45 of Caden Anderson, the 54 of Tucker Anderson, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, and the 623 of Mike Pellet. 6 racers in the Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. Starter points them out. Green flags are out. All of our racers out front there. One of our racers having a tough start, going to be way in the back of the pack. Out front early, leading the charge through that west end rhythm section. We'll get out onto the front straightaway. Put 1 laps in the book for O'Mara leading the early race. Right behind him, the 45 of Anderson and the 623 of Pellet are second and third, but it's the 393 of Mitchell Fruth putting on a charge. Fruth now up to third, trying to get by for second. Goes to the inside of Anderson. Anderson still with the advantage through that right-hand ERX corner. Out front alone, though, it's still O'Mara leading the charge, trying to pull away from the drama ensuing behind him. Fruth looks to the inside. Fruth able to make the pass. Fruth now up to second, setting his sights on O'Mara up in the lead. Another lap in the books for O'Mara. Fruth now your sole second place holder. Anderson in third. Little bit of space before we get back to the 623 of Pellet, the 22 of Barber, and the 126. O'Mara, Fruth, Anderson 1, 2, 3. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Zach O'Mara leading the charge in the TSS 440 to 600 Invitational. Fruth in second, but he's got company. Anderson held on to that second place spot early on, trying to retake over that position. Doesn't want to settle for a third place, wants to get that second step on the podium. Fruth battling back. Fruth's got the inside preferred line. Anderson back now about 6 sled lengths. Was right up on his tail through that left-hand rhythm, or through that left-hand Power Lodge split section. Had some issues, got up on its side in that X Racing left-hand corner. Now draw back quite a bit. Checkered flag is out for your winner, O'Mara Motorsports. Thomas Snow Sports number 26 of Zach O'Mara gonna take the win. 393 of Mitchell Fruth gonna finish second, and it's the 45 of Caden Anderson rounding out your top 3. Race number 11, transition 8 to 10. It's the 5 of Easton Green, the 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, the 67X of Chase Kenyon, the 114 of Sadie Berry, 199 of Ethan Korgard, the 222 of Jordy Ignazuski, the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham, the 708 of JC Carlson, 812 of Tyke, and 816 of Speaker. Green lights are out, and away we go. Transition 8 to 10, hitting the track. One rider out front, trying to pull away from the rest of the field. As we've got a nice 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth. Might see a 4th battle developing in there as well. Out front alone, though, it's currently the 812 of Tyke leading the way. 816 of Speaker in second, as we've got a 3-rider battle for third, fourth, and fifth. Right now, it's the 603 of Cunningham holding on to that spot, but he's got quite a bit of company hot on his tail. Cunningham up to second. The 5 of Green in third. Out front alone, though, with a full straightaway advantage after just 1 lap, it is still the 812 of Tyke out of Chatfield, Minnesota, leading the charge. 603 of Cunningham in second, the 5 of Green in third, the 10 of Lambrick in fourth. The 816 of Speaker held on to second early on, all the way back to fifth now. Had some issues in that left-hand X Racing corner there on the northeast side of the track. Bumped back all the way to 5th place, but still holding on to that top 5 position ahead of the 199 of Korgard in 6th. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the 812 of Bernice Tyke from Chatfield, Minnesota. .603 of Cunningham, and the 5 of Green putting another lap in the books as well. They've spread out a little bit, still about 4 sled lengths in between those 2 racers, and a little bit of space to breathe before we get back to the 10 of Lambricht in 4th. One last time through that rhythm section over on the west end of the track. Checkered flag is in his sights. Whit Boys Inc., Hebel Cleaning and Restoration, give it up for the 812 of Tyke, taking the heat race win today. And that drag race down to the checkered. Second place is going to go to the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham, with the 5 of Green rounding out your top 3. Race 12 up next, Junior 10 to 13. After that, we have Race 13, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. Race 14, Junior 14 to 17, Junior Open and 600 Open 18 plus. And Race 15, Transition 8 to 12 combined. Races 16, 17, and 18 should begin making their way up to staging now. Back on the track, though, Junior 10 to 13, we have the 10 of Addison Schmeidecker, the 13X of Van Dam, 68X of Kenyon, 68E of Teisel, 231 of Tyke, 311 of Weisbrod, 314 of McIvy, and the 406 of Smith. Early race lead looks like it's going to be the 231 of John Tyke out of Chatfield, Minnesota. We saw his counterpart take the heat race win last time by. Let's see if John Tyke is going to be able to do so in the Junior 10 to 13 class. Tyke leading the way. 13X of Van Dam currently holding on to second, but he's got a bit of company hot on his tail. Third place racer just behind him. It's going to be the 684 holding on to that third place spot. 311 of Weisbrod in fourth. And the 68X, I believe that is, of Kenyon just behind them in fifth. Little bit of space before we get back to our sixth place rider. The 10 of Schmeidecker rounding out the field as the 231 of Tyke puts another lap in the books. That's actually the 68K or 68X of Kenyon in third currently. That'd be the 65E of Teisel rounding out your top 3. So it's Tyke leading the charge. Kenyon in second. Van Dam in third. White flag is out for Tyke. One more lap to go. Just behind him, the 13X of Van Dam, now sole possession of that second place spot. 68X of Kenyon in third. Hot on his tail, though, it's still the 311 of Weisbrod. Weisbrod trying to take that final step on the podium away from the 68X of Kenyon. Single file throughout the field. Through the rhythm section over on the west end of the track. One last time onto our front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for Whit Boys Inc. Hebel Cleaning and Restorations, number 231 of John Tyke, taking the win for Chatfield, Minnesota. Second place is going to end up going to the 13X of Van Dam. And third place, who's it going to be? The 68X of Kenyon going to round out your podium. Race number 13, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. It's the 18 of Cole Curtis, the 24X of Scott Kempe, the 26X of Joshua Berg, 93 of Schmidt, 259 of Olson, 420 of Mitchell, 507 of Casper, 716 of Cordes, and the Pro X of Jared Pearson. Leading the charge early on, it's the 95 with the early race lead. 259 of Olson in second. Company right behind him, though. Olson over to the outside, still able to hold on to that second place spot, but not by much, as he's got competition behind him. Looks to be the 18 of Curtis currently sitting in third overall. Single file throughout the field. The 95 leading the charge, putting another lap in the books. Side by side for second and third, it's the 18 of Curtis with the slight advantage this time by. 259 of Olson in third. Little bit of space before we get back to the 26X of Berg in fourth. And then rounding out our top 5. A little bit of space behind Berg, we have the 007 420 of Mitchell in 6th. 93 of Schmidt in 7th. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 95. Curtis and Olsen still just behind. Our top 3 slowly separating from the 24X of Kempe in 4th and the 007 in 5th. As the 95 pulls away, the battle to watch is for 2nd and 3rd. Curtis has it. Olsen wants it. As Curtis goes up and over, tries to double through the rhythm section, gets off his sled. That's going to give the 259 of Olsen the chance he needs to take up 2nd. Olsen going to finish 2nd now, and it'll end up being the 24X of Kempe taking 3rd place overall. For those streaming online, you'll see right here, Curtis gets up and over, bobbles it just a bit too much, ends up doing a backwards somersault through that rhythm section. Hit that first section of the rhythm section not too well, went sky high, up and over. Nothing he could do at that point except try to hold on as much as he could. Curtis back up on his sled, all good to go right now. But definitely a tough tumble from that one. Race 14, junior 14 to 17, we have the 33 of Hudson Reinhardt and the 231 of Josh Tyke. Junior Open, we have the 711 of Colton Winter. And 600 Open, we have the 626 of Michael Sackery. One of our sleds already down on that right-hand hole shot corner over on the west end of the track. One of our 4 competitors getting back up on the sled. Out front early, though, it's going to end up being the 711 of Winter leading the charge. 712 just behind him. Looks like our downed rider is back up on their sled, trying to get restarted here. All good over there. 626 of Sackery. Rounding out the field, Sackery in our 3rd place position right now. Out front alone, though, it's still the 711 of Winter leading the way. 712 just behind him. Looks like it was the 231 of John Tyke that ended up going down. Tyke back up. 1 lap down, so currently sitting in 4th place. Onto the front straightaway. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the 711 of Colton Winter. Just behind him, we have the 712 of who I think might be Hudson Reinhardt. Had him down as the 33 machine. Might be Reinhardt in 2nd currently. 3rd place overall, though, is the 626 of Sackery. Now, another interesting one about this class, we have 4 riders out there. And even though we will have 1st through 4th overall, we are going to have 3 heat race winners as we have 3 classes out there. Checkered flag is out for the 711 of Colton Winter, taking the win for Amsoil, Andy's Towing, CNA Pro Skis. 712 of, I believe, Reinhardt right behind him. And the 626 of Sackery is going to round out our top 3. Race 15, transition 8 to 12 combined. We have the 67X of Chase Kenyon, 68X of Arlen Kenyon, 114 of Sadie Berry, 314 of Bryson McIvy, 406 of Zoe Smith, 812 of Bernice Tyke, 13X of Blake Van Dam, 68E of Evan Teisel, Hayden Cunningham on the 103, Ethan Korgard piloting the 199, the 535 of Mason Doffing, and the 973 of Wyatt Streese rounding out your field. Going to make sure all our racers are set and ready to go. Before we get back to some green flag action, race 15 about to hit the track. Race 16, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13, Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12. Race 17, Ditch Banger 90 to 99, and race 18, our WSA X and plus 30 snowcross classes should all be in staging. Green flag is out. Early charge going to go to the 68X of Arlen Kenyon leading the way for our first drop. Second drop leading in just behind them. First lap in the books. Kenyon with the early lead. It's the 8-12 of Tyke in second and the 67 of Chase Kenyon in third. So we got a nice little Kenyon sandwich going on there. Kenyon, Tyke, Kenyon, 1, 2, 3. Just behind them in fourth, we have the 114 of Sadie Berry. And in fifth place overall, leading that second drop, it's the 973 of Wyatt Streese. Streese looking to make moves, go from fifth place overall, trying to get up into that fourth place position. Streese looks to the inside of Berry. Nothing quite going on there just yet. Another lap in the books for Kenyon and Tyke, 1-2. Then a bit of space before we get back to the 67 of Kenyon and the 114 of Berry. 13X of Van Dam now able to get back up by Van Dam, holding on to that fourth place spot overall. Fifth place spot overall, my bad. Looking to set sights on the 114 of Berry. All riders opting to take that inside rhythm section line. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 68X of Arlen Kenyon. Kenyon, Tyke. Kenyon still 1, 2, 3, but Kenyon's got some battles right behind him. The 13X of Van Dam up to fourth, trying to take over that third podium position. Van Dam to the outside, tries to sneak by, nothing going there. 67 of Kenyon able to shut the door. The battle here is for third and fourth. Between our first and second drop, Van Dam dropped second, ended up getting up to that first group, able to make the pass. Checkered flag is out for Arlen Kenyon, taking the win for CNA Pro Skis, Rock Speed Effects, and Snow Studs. 8-12 of Bernice Tyke gonna finish second. And in third, from the second drop up to a third place overall, it's the 13X of Van Dam rounding out your top three. Race 16, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13. We have the 00 of Bennett Morey, the 1 of Charles Nagus, the 27 of Cassie Scott, 59 of Lyric Knight, and the 99 of Harrison Resnick. And in the Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12 class, we have the 1 of Peyton Weisbrod and the 222 of Jordy Ignazuski. Riders get the okay. Green flag is out and away we go. Early race leader getting the whole shot. It's the 00 of Bennett Morey leading the way early on. Hot on his tail just to his inside. I believe that may have been the 59 of Knighton in second place overall. Morey with a clear track ahead of him, pulling away, gets into the rough stuff, slows up a bit, but still holding on to that lead. But that gives the 59 of Knighton the chance that they needed to try to get up closer to the leader. Morey and Knighton both opting to take the outside way on the left-hand Power Lodge corner. Just behind them, it's the 222 of Ignazuski in third place overall, leading the Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12 class. So out there, our top three. Top two riders of Morey and Knighton are leading the charge for the Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 class. Right behind them, leading the charge for the Kids Ditch Banger class in third place overall, the 222 of Ignazuski. Sitting in third. A little bit of space before we get back to our fourth and fifth place riders, as we have one rider going down on the left-hand corner just before the start-finish line. Looks to be the 27 of National Anthem singer Cassie Scott. Back up at the front. Looks like we have a change of position as Knighton's able to take over the lead. Morey back to second. And it's still the 222 of Ignazuski in third. Yellow flag is out to get by the downed rider, Casey Scott. We've got the crew checking in on her, making sure everything is good. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 59 of Knighton leading the way. And just like that, we have trouble for the 00 of Maury over on the northwest left-hand corner, which brings the 222 of Ignazuski up to second place overall, and the 1 of Charles Nagus up to third. Maury looks to be back up on their sled. Still making sure everything's okay with the 27 of Scott. One last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out. H2O well and pumped. Timber Ford of Hayward, number 59 of Lyric Knighton taking the heat race win. 99 of Harrison Resnis finishes their race. 222 of Jordy Ignazuski crossing the start-finish line with the rest of our pack in tow. Casey Scott's sled going to be pulled off to the side here. We're going to give her a chance to make sure everything's okay there before we get back to some green flag action for race number 17, Ditchbanger 1990 to 99. 2 races left in our heats. That is race 17, Ditchbanger 90 to 99 up next, and race 18, plus 30 Snowcross in our WSA X 440, 600, and open classes to follow. In the meantime, we'll give our track workers a chance to check over Casey Scott, make sure everything's okay before we get back to some green flag action momentarily. Cassie Scott gonna make her way off the track here. Make sure that our riders all okay. Obviously, we never want to see anyone get hurt here at ERX Motor Park, but our top priority is always making sure that everyone is as safe as possible. So we're going to get her off, make sure everything is okay, check up on her. We're going to check in with our racers for race 17. We'll be getting back to some green flag action here soon. For our lineup, though, we have the 5 of Dylan Weber, the 8 of Alex Peterson, 17 of Bailey Olson, 22X of Shane Halverson, 22 of Tyler Barber, 33 of Nash Unzi, the 97 of Jack Latorno, 104 of Nathan Crawford, 163 of Alex Gillespie, 259 of Tyler Olson, 481 of Austin Krajza, 575 of Brecken Lighters, and the 623 of Trevor Grabow going to round out our field. Before we get back to some green flag action here, we're going to make sure we get another flagger out there, I believe, to replace one that helped take Cassie Scott off the track. So that, I believe, that is what our current delay is here right now. For those of you here in the grandstands, though, if you haven't already, make sure to go check out Kevin's Euros. We have their food truck here just behind the chalet here, serving authentic Greek Euros, Mediterranean salads, fries, cheese curds, falafel tots. Make sure you hit them up, support them, thank them for coming out here on this cold, snowy evening for round number 7 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX. As a reminder for what the rest of our events look like, so this is the second to final race for our heat races here of the evening. After that, we'll take a short intermission, come back and do it all again for our first round of finals, followed by another intermission, and our second round of finals to end out the night. We'll have some music playing here by Tony Cacchetti from 8 to 11 for a 40th birthday party for one of our racers. We saw them out there earlier. Gonna celebrate them, give them a chance to have a good time, and then we'll come back tomorrow and do it all again. Not only is it the 40th birthday of Emily Becker, who we're celebrating tonight, it's also the 21st birthday of Carter, our infield cameraman. Couple birthdays being celebrated here tonight. If you see any of them out and about, make sure you give them a quick happy birthday. Take a few quick moments here again, make sure that everyone on the track is ready before we get back to some green flag action here momentarily.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere.
QualityFreightRate.com.
The LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.
Dad, can you see me? Hi. Hi, Dad. Hi. No, because they're not racing.
as we make sure everything is all good with our downed rider from earlier. We're not going to get quite back into some green flag action here just yet, but we are going to do a few practice laps for some of our ditch banger sleds out there. So we are not back to green flag racing action just yet. Just getting a couple laps going, make sure everything is all good to go with our sleds out there. Make sure that anyone who made some slight adjustments is good to go. So we're just going to do a few laps of practice here for a couple of our sleds before we get back to some green flag action later on. As a quick reminder for those of you in the stands and live streaming the events on mbtvsports.com, we have taken a quick pause in tonight's heat races just to make sure everything is okay with one of our downed riders from earlier on. We're giving them a few moments, getting them all checked over. We always prioritize safety here at ERX Motor Park, so we want to make sure everyone is good to go before we get back to some green flag action. We're hoping to be able to do that momentarily here. Should be all set and ready in just a few minutes. Attention in the pit area and to those live streaming on mbtvsports.com. We will be back to green flag action in just a few seconds. We are all situated over on this end, making sure that our downed rider is okay. So in the ditch banger 1990 to 99 class, green light is out and away we go. 2 more heat races left to go before we get to our first round of features later on. Out front, side-by-side battle for the lead in the ditch banger 90 to 99 class. Early race leader coming up onto the front straightaway. It's going to be the 32 leading the charge. Side-by-side battles for first and second and third. Even see a third competitor coming up there in 5th place currently. Single file throughout the pack. Top 5 riders spread out from the rest of the field. We have our top 5 riders all about 3 sled lengths apart from each other. A little bit of space before we get back to 6th on back, where we have a few other competitors going side by side as well. Another lap in the books for the 32 machine. The 163 right behind him, Alex Gillespie. 259 of Olsen currently sitting in 3rd, battling off a pack right behind him. Olsen holding on to that final podium position right behind him. Seems to be the 8 of Alex Peterson rounding out the top 4. And the 575 of Lighters in 5th, I believe. Up front, it's still the 32 of Nash Unzi leading the charge. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Unzi. Gillespie takes that inside line through the Power Lodge left-hand corner, gets side by side, trying to push through, take over that lead spot. Not gonna do it. Gets up and over that middle barricade there. Bobbles him just a bit. Side by side with Unzi for a moment there. Half a lap left to try to take over that lead spot. Coming up on lap traffic to that final turn. Will this affect our leaders at all? Unzi to the inside, all good past the traffic. Checkered flag is out for Nash Unzi, taking the W on the 32. 163 of Gillespie gonna finish 2nd, and it's the 259 of Olsen rounding out your top 3. Last heat race of the night. Race 18, plus 30 snowcross. We have the 26 of Zach O'Mara. WSAX 440 class, we have the 108 of Edward Dannert and the 590 of Ronald Enruth. In the WSAX 600 improved class, we have the 393 of Mitchell Fruth and the 726 of Lucas Holicky. And in the WSAX open class, we have the 95 of Chase Patton and the 731 of Jaeger Cordes. Lights are out, and away we go in our WSAX classes. 1 rider out front leading the early race charge in our final heat race of the night. Through that rhythm section over on the west end side-by-side battle for 2nd and 3rd raging behind. But out front alone, it's the 731 of Jaeger Cordes leading the way. 26 of Zach O'Mara and the 726 of Holicky in 2nd and 3rd respectively. Cordes pulling away from O'Mara and the 393 of Mitchell Fruth. Fruth holding on to 3rd place overall. Currently leading the charge in the WSAX 600 improved open class. Another lap in the books for Cordes. Cordes, O'Mara, and Fruth, 1, 2, 3. Our top 3 riders all leading their respective classes. Cordes leading the WSAX open class. Fruth leading the WSAX 600 class. And O'Mara leading the plus 30 snowcross class. Back onto the front straightaway. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for the 731 of Jaeger Cordes with a full straightaway advantage over his 2nd place racers. Fruth currently still sitting 2nd. O'Mara back to third overall. 726 Ahaliki puts in another lap. Little bit of space before we get back to our 5th place overall competitor. That'll be the 108 of Edward Dannert. Dannert currently leading the WSAX 440 improved class. Enruth puts another lap in the books. And checkered flag is out for Henko Utilities, Lindsey Keene State Farm, Rally Gears number 731 of Jaeger Cordis. Fruth going to take second overall. O'Mara third for a 1-2-3 win-win-win. That'll finish it off for our first round of heats. We're going to take a quick intermission here before we get back to green flag action here for round number 7 of the Sunday Funday series. Few more minutes here, and we will be back for our first round of finals. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. First call to staging for our first 3 races of the main events. That'll be race number 1, 200 Open Pro 206, race 2, 120 stock, and race 3, 120 improved stock and snow scoot. Once again, first call to staging. We're hoping to be back to green flag action in just about 5 or so minutes, so start making your way up to staging now if possible. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Second call to staging for races 1 through 3. That'll be race 1, 200 Open and Pro 206, race 2, 120 stock, and race 3, 120 improved stock and snow scoot. First 3 classes, make your way to staging now as we're hoping to be back to green flag action in just about 3 minutes or so. Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Final call to staging for races 1 through 3 for our first set of finals for the evening. Our flaggers are back out on the track, making their way to their flagging areas. So we're hoping to have our first 3 races in staging right now. That is race number 1, 200 Open Pro 206, race 2, 120 stock, And race 3, 120 improved stock in our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. So once again, races 1 through 3. If you are not in staging already, you should be right now, so please make your way up. Races number 4, 200 stock 9 to 12. And race 5, Snowbike Open. Start getting your final preparations all completed, as you should be making your way up to staging in just a couple moments. Good evening, race fans, and welcome back to round number 7 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park. We finished up our heat races earlier on this evening, and now we're getting into our first of 2 rounds of finals here for the night. We'll be running back the same order that we had for our heat races. But these are where all the marbles are going, folks. This is where the points, all the money will be made. So this is definitely going to be some more fun racing for round number 7 of our Sunday Funday series. Like I said, we just got done with the heats. We're on to features number 1. We'll be moving on to finals number 2. And then we'll be coming back and doing it all again tomorrow morning as well. We'll be here. Gates and registration open up at 8 a.m. Riders meeting at 9:15. Practice at 10:15. And heats, 2 sets of heats, 2 sets of features tomorrow at 11 a.m. But back to tonight's festivities. Race number 1, getting all situated on the track right now. That is our 200 Open and Pro 206 class. Race number 2, in hot staging, our 120 stock class. Race number 3, 120 improved stock in our Snow Scoot Snow Sport class. They're all going to be in staging right now. Race 4, our 200 stock 9 to 12 class. And race 5, Snowbike Open, should be making their way up to staging right now. We got a lot of fun for you guys for finals number 1 of the night. Race number 1, 200 Open, 311 of Levi Murtha, the 545 of DeBruin, the 729 of Olson, the 929 of heat race winner Walter Stracy, the 939 of Henrik Storley, and the 989 of Custodio. In the Pro 206 class, we had the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, the 25K of Nelson, and the 517 of Noah Abraham. Getting our riders all lined up at the line. Starter making their way back over to the green light to give our riders the A-OK to hit the track for our first feature race of the night. Starter checks the line. Green light is out, and away we go. And it's the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer with the early jet rocket to the front, taking the whole shot for our first feature of the evening. Reinhofer ducks down low, slides a little high on that hairpin left-hand corner. That's going to give a chance for the second place competitor to come up side by side, takes the inside line, new race leader on the front straightaway, And it looks to be the 929 of Walter Strazy leading the charge, just like he did during the heat race. Strazy in the lead. Caleb Reinhofer back to second with the rest of our field in tow behind them. Currently sitting in third looks to be the 25K of Cashton Nelson. And just behind that in fourth, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer. Single file throughout the field. Up front, Strazy and Reinhofer leading the charge. Strazy taking that outside line. Reinhofer going right through the middle of this now three-sectioned left-hand turn. Reinhofer to the inside, side by side. White flag is out. One more lap to go for our first feature race of the night. Strazy with the advantage on that left-hand power lodge turn. Strazy tucks down to the inside. Reinhofer riding that far right sideline, trying to get by Strazy. Nothing going for it, though. Reinhofer trying to step out of his groove a little. Takes that left hand side by side. Reinhofer now on the inside. Reinhofer, your new race leader. Strazy's able to duck back down side by side. Reinhofer's not putting up with it. Shuts the door on him. Reinhofer now your sole leader as they take that final left-hander onto the front stretch straightaway. Drag race to the end. Who's it going to be? Checkered flag is out. Caleb Reinhofer going to take the feature race win. For Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-Star Heating and Plumbing, Strazy going to finish second. And it's the 25K of Cashton Nelson rounding out your top three. Race number 2, we have the 120 stock class. Heat race winner, the 179, the 412 of Owen Carty, the 905 of Willow Abraham, the 5 of Green, 25B of Nelson, 25 of Van Dam, 126X of Jack Erickson, the 555 of Mickelson, and the 711 of Shouts. Green lights a go. 3-sled battle for that hole shot, but it's going to be our middle rider who's taken the early lead. All of our competitors in pretty close range of each other as we get onto that left-hand rhythm section over on the west end of the track. One rider reigning supreme, though, out front early on. It looks to be the 25 of Van Dam leading the charge, but he's got company down to the inside, the 179. Taking over the lead, 179 now up to first. 25 of Van Dam back to second. The 412 of Carty in third. Carty looks to the inside of Van Dam. Nothing going on in that left-hand power lodge corner, but now we've got company in fourth place. I believe that might be the 905 of Willow Abraham trying to get up in on the mix here. 179 pulling away from the rest of the field. Van Dam in second. Carty looks to the outside, side by side, looking to make the pass through that right-hand hole shot corner. Carty with the slight advantage. It's Carty, it's Van Dam, it's Carty, it's Van Dam into that left-hand northwest corner. Who's it going to be taking sole possession of second? Carty now taking over second, fully Van Dam back to third. Abraham sitting in the wings, waiting for something to happen, trying to capitalize. Out front alone, though, one last time onto the front stretch startway. Checkered flag is in sights for the 179, going to take another win. He won the heat race. He's winning the feature. Second place is going to go to Owen Carty once again with the 25 of Van Dam rounding out your top three. Race number 3, 120 improved stock. We have a heat race winner, the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, and the 725 of Halata. In the snow scoot class, we have the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, the 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 1 of Krochik, the 8 of Schmeideker, and the 140 of Gorsinger. Race 3 about to hit the track. Race 4, 200 stock 9 to 12, and Race 5, Snowbike Open should be in staging. Race 6, Junior Girls, and Race 7, 200 stock 4 to 8 should be making their way up to staging. Green lights are out for race number 3. Drag race 2, the hole shot. Early race leader looks like that might be the 8 of Leo Schmeideker, if I'm seeing things correctly. The 88, my apologies, 88 of Chase Reinhofer leading the charge. Reinhofer leading this race for the 120 improved stock class, but he's got a 3-sled battle for second, third, and fourth right behind him. It's Reinhofer taking the first lap, the 3 of Nelson in second, and the 75 of Schmeideker right behind them. Side-by-side battle for third and fourth. Schmeideker, and I believe that might be the 8 of Schmeideker as well. We're now single file throughout the field. The 88 of Chase Reinhofer trying to pull away from the rest of the pack. Not quite going as he would hope, though. Only about 4 sled lengths separate him and second place, where we've got a 3-rider battle for second, third, and fourth, all only half a sled length away from each other. White flag is out for Reinhofer. Nelson, Schmeideker, and the 357 right behind them. 725 of Halata puts another lap in the books. Along with the 44 machine. It's still single file, but we got a battle brewing there for fourth and fifth between Schmeideker and the 375. One last time onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment. Rough Cut Grill and Bars, number 88 of Chase Reinhofer, taking the win. The 3 of Nelson going to finish second. 75 of Schmeideker rounding out your top 3. Race 4, 200 stock, 9-12. Heat race winner, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 545 of Hendrik De Bruin, 21 of Reinhofer, 311 of Murtha, 314 of McIvy, 710 of Smith, 730 of Smith, the 5 of Green, the 10 of Lambrecht, the 122 of May, 311R of Pellet, 619 of Erickson, 708 of Carlson, and the 939 of Everett Storley. Making sure our riders are all set and ready to go at the starting line. Track is clear. Starter goes to the box. Grabs the remote start. Checks the riders. Green is out, and away we go. First drop hitting the track. Early race leader looks to be the 524 of Michael Rambo taking that whole shot. Rambo leading the charge as the green light goes out for our second drop. Lambrecht taking the whole shot for drop number 2 of the 200 stock 9-12 class. Out front alone, though, Rambo puts a first lap in the books. 545 of De Bruin and the 710 of Smith round out your top 3. Just outside that, we have the 311 of Murtha holding on to fourth. Murtha looking to take over that third place spot from the 710 of Smith. Murtha looks to the inside. Smith drifts high. Nothing going on there quite yet. Second drop, drag race to the line. It's the 10 of Lambrecht holding the lead, but it's the 939 of Storley looking to get by on the outside. Storley looks to the outside, tucks it in above Lambrecht. Storley, your new second drop race leader. Lambrecht back to 5th overall. The 5 of Green looking to get by Lambrecht as well to take over that second place in the second drop. White flag is out for Rambo. One more lap to go for our heat race winner. 545 of De Bruin right behind, and it's the 710 of Smith still holding on to third place overall. Smith trying to reel in the 545 of De Bruin, however. Will he be able to with one lap left to go? We'll still have to wait and see. In that second drop class, Storley pulling away from the rest of the field, almost catching up on the back end of the first drop pack. Storley in the lead. Right behind them, we have the 5 of Green and the 10 of Lambrecht holding on to second and third place in that second drop category. And one last time up to the line. WPS Fly Racing, Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Michael Rambo going to take the win on the 524. In second, the 545 of De Bruin finishing second, and the 710 of Smith rounding out your top three. Race number 5, Snowbike Open. We got a lone competitor out there. He's racing a snowmobile class in the WSA class. He's racing a snowbike in the snowbike class. He's raced flat track in the District 23 Motorcycle Flat Track Series here in Minnesota. And now he's getting the green light to go in race number 5. Away we go for the 590 of Ron Enruth out of New Prague, Minnesota. Enruth takes that first left-hand corner over onto the west end of the track. Drone cam following on behind him. Those are the drone abilities of immersive aerial media. Dan Wall behind piloting the camera there. He's done work on Beetlejuice, The Last of Us, Ferrari, Harley Davidson. He's done it all. And here he's doing some drone operating at the 2025 Sunday Funday series. Enruth goes down. Gonna get back up on his snow bike, make sure everything's good to go. He's back up and running. Had a little spill there in the rhythm section. For those streaming online, able to take a quick look at that instant replay that's happening. Enruth's back up and running. All good here as he goes through the Woody's Traction split lane section. Race number 5 out on the track right now. Race 6, junior girls under 200cc. About to hit the track soon. Race 7, 200 stock 4 to 8. And race 8, junior ditch banger 13 to 17 should all be in the staging area. Race 9, ditch banger triples, ditch banger twins, and leaf spring. As well as race 10, Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational should all be in the staging area, making your way up to staging right now if you're not already. As we're about a third of the way through our first set of features here for night number 1 of 2 of this weekend's doubleheader for the 2025 Sunday Funday series. One last time through the rhythm section on the west end of the track. Taking that big left-hand turn up onto the front straightaway start. Checkered flag is out. Ron Enruth, hard-fought battle, taking the win here tonight in the snowbike class. Enruth, we'll see him out there again in the WSAX 440 class later on tonight. For right now, junior girls, though. Heat race winner, the 14 of Charlie Van Dam, the 708 of JC Carlson, 311R of Leah Pellet, 15Z of Green, 179 of Simonson, 619 of Erickson, and the 730 of Smith round out your field. Out front early with the advantage on the front stretch. It's the 708 of Carlson taking the early lead. 14 of Van Dam, hot on her tail. 311R of Pellet, just outside in the top 3. Behind them, the 179 of Emmy Simonson in 4th. And the 15Z of Zella Green, putting her first lap in the books. Five of our 7 racers making the call for the features of race number 6, junior girls. Carlson's been dominating the past few weeks here at ERX. Ended up getting second in that heat race to the 14 of Van Dam, trying to go back to the way things were for the past few weeks. White flag is out for Carlson, 1 more lap to go, with half a straightaway advantage over our 2nd and 3rd place competitors. 14 of Van Dam slowly but surely trying to reel him in. Not quite sure if we'll be seeing a battle here for the lead in this final lap, but there is a slight chance we could be seeing one for second and third as the 311R hot on the tail of Van Dam trying to get up, still about 8 sled lengths behind. Hellett was able to reel her in through that left-hand power lodge corner. Dipped back a little bit in the Woody's traction section. But out front, though, checkered flag is out for the 708 of J.C. Carlson taking the win. It's the 14 of Van Dam going to finish second, and Pellet rounding out your top 3. Race 7, 200 stock 4 to 8. Heat race winner, it's the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 816 of Monty Speaker, the 989 of Tyler Custodio, 10R of Bitson, 85 of Neifel, 140 of Gorsinger, 179 of Simonson, 409 of Carlson, 410 of Lance, 710 of Smith. As we have one sled jumping the start here, we're going to get Neifel back into his starting lineup, make sure he's all good to go. We also have the 517 of Abraham, 910 of Storley, 23 of Peterson, 102 of May, 103 of Cunningham, 106 of Carty, 222 of Ignazuski, 618 of Potsky, and the 729 of Olson. Lights are out. This time it's a good start. 4 side by side in the lead as one sled goes up and over, takes out a few, and we got a whole bunch of them up into each other. 3 riders all colliding in the middle there, trying to avoid our one competitor who started to get a little slideways there. One rider on the ground, 2 riders, the 409 and the 710, stuck inside. They're up and ready. Smith back on his sled, the 409 of Carlson on his, which out front alone leaves the 989 of Custodio leading the charge. Custodio, your early race leader. The 524 of Rambo currently sitting second, the 85 of Neifel in third. Race leaders able to avoid the downed rider. Smith puts another lap in the books, as well as the 409 of Carlson. They were 2 of the riders caught up in that nasty little wreck there at the beginning in the hole shot. They put a lap in the books. So we will be separating these 2 heats into 2 separate classes. White flag is out for Custodio. 1 more lap to go. It's Custodio, Rambo, Neifel, 1, 2, 3. A little bit of space before we get back to our 4th place rider, the 10R of Bitson. And just behind them, the 140 of Gorsinger, rounding out your top 5. I believe Gorsinger may have been the sled that got a little sideways, first went down in that hole shot, led the other 3 riders into the avoidance spin. Checkered flag is out. Side-by-side battle for the lead. Rambo with the late race charge going to take the win. Custodio going to finish second. The 85 of Neifel going to round out your top 3. For heat number 2, once again, it's the 517 of Abraham, the 910 of Storley, the 23 of Peterson, 102 of May, 103 of Cunningham, 106 of Carty, 222 of Ignazuski, 618 of Potsky, and the 729 of Olson. Track is clear, so we're ready to let what would have been our second drop on that race, now going to be a race of its own set out. This will be race 7B hitting the track. Race 8, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17, and race 9 should all be in the staging area. Early race leader, it's a side-by-side battle. Slight advantage looked to be to the 517 of Abraham, but he's got company to the inside. Abraham now back to second in a side-by-side battle for second and third. Out front, we got one lone leader pulling away from the rest of the pack. It's going to be the 910 of Storley leading the charge. 23 of Peterson holding on to third. Abraham still fighting off Peterson, trying to reel back in the 910 of Storley. It's Storley, Abraham, Peterson, 1, 2, 3. A little bit of space before we get back to the 222 of Ignazuski. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 910 of Storley. It's still Storley, Abraham, Peterson, 1, 2, 3. All of our riders have evenly spaced out. Nice little battle going on there for fifth and sixth, though, as the 103 of Cunningham's able to get up to the outside, side by side, trying to take over that fifth place position. Fifth place rider shuts the door on him, says, I'm holding on to this top 5 spot. It's the 106 of Carty, currently in fifth. And one last time through the rhythm section, taking that left-hand corner, that ROX speed affects left turn. Checkered flag is out. Storley taking the win for the double wide. Krupp's Resort, the Garage Door Doctor. Abraham going to finish second. Peterson going to round out your top 3. Race 8, Junior Ditch Banger, 13 to 17. Heat race winner, the 57 of Ezrin Lighters. The 615 and the 726 of Lucas Holicky. The 2 of Haugen, the 207 of Kistner. 615 of Winter and the 942 of Strazy. Green flag is out. And it's the 57 of Lighters leading the charge into the hole shot. Lighters going to take that hole shot early on. Got company to the outside, though. It's the 711 machine. I believe that's Winter over on the right-hand side. Or the 615 of Winter. Holding on to second. Taking a look to the inside. Making a move to take over that lead spot. And it is the 615 of Winter taking over the lead. It's Winter, Lighters. 1, 2. A little bit of space before we get back to our third place rider. Another lap in the books for the 615 of Colton Winter. Pulling away from the 57 of Lighters. And the 207 of Kistner rounding out your top 3. Side-by-side battle for fourth and fifth between the 726 and the 942. Holicky in fourth, Stracy in fifth. It's Winter, Lighters, Kisner, Holicky, Strazy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. White flag is out. One more lap to go for the 615 of Colton Winter, putting on an absolute clinic in this junior ditch banger class with a full straightaway advantage over the 57 of Lighters in second. Side-by-side battle for fifth and sixth between the 942 of Bailey Strazy and the 2 of Caden Haugen. Checkered flag is in sight. Amsoil, Andy's towing, Polaris, Shock Shop. Number 615 of Colton Winter taking the win. It'll be the 57 of Lighters in second and the 207 of Kistner rounding out your podium. Race 9, Ditch Banger Triples. We had the 71 of Houston Becker and the 712 of birthday girl Emily Becker. Ditch Banger Twins. the 731 of Jaeger Cordes, the 626 of Michael Sacre, 24X of Kempe, 716 of Cordes, and in the Leaf Spring class, we have the 1 of Wisebra and the 44 of Rats. Green lights are out, and away we go. One rider going up and over, the 71 of Houston Becker, finished second overall during the heat race. Now at the back of the field, gonna try to make their way back up. Cordes puts the first lap in the books. It's the 626 and the 24X following behind. So that's the 626 of Sacre, 24X of Kempe in second and third. But Kempe's got company. Kempe holds on to that third place spot, and right as I say it, the 716 of Jory Cordes moves up. So now it's Cordes, Sacre, Cordes. Nice little Cordes sandwich going on right there. As Cordes sets their sights on that second place position. Another lap in the books for Jaeger Cordes. Sacre, Cordes, Kempe, and the 71 of Houston Becker making their way up, passing into the top 5 in front of the 44 of Rats. 3 classes out there, race leaders as they go. In first overall and leading the Ditchbanger Twins class, the 731 of Jaeger Cordes taking the white flag. In 5th overall, leading the Ditchbanger Triples class, the 71 of Houston Becker. And in 6th overall, leading the Leaf Spring class, it's the 44 of Isaac Rats. 71 of Becker moves up to 4th, trying to make their way up into that 3rd place spot. Becker into 3rd overall, setting his sights on 2nd place, the 626 of Sacre. Checkered flag is out, though. Hanko Utilities, Lindsey Keene State Farm Rally Gear, number 731 of Jaeger Cordes going to take the overall win, and the win in the Ditchbanger Twins class. In 2nd overall, one left corner decides their fate, getting a little slideways. It'll be the 626 of Sacre holding on for 2nd. Becker going to round out your top 3 overall, winning the triples class. Race 10, Thomas Snow Sport 440 to 600 Invitational up next. Race 11, Transition 8 to 10, and Race 12, Junior 10 to 13, and Race 13, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009 should all be in the staging area right now. For Race 10, Heat Race winner, the 26 of Zach O'Mara, as Fruth seems to jump the line. Fruth jumping the start, going to turn around, get resituated. We have Heat Race winner, the 26 of Zach O'Mara, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, the 45 of Caden Anderson, the 22 of Barber, the 54 of Anderson, and the 623 of Pellet. We're going to get everyone relined up and ready to go. Green light is out. This start is good. And we're going to follow them into that first hole shot corner. 2 side by side leading the charge, but one is reigning supreme out front, pulling away from the rest of his competitors. Out onto the front straightaway, early race leader, going to be the 26 of O'Mara leading the charge, 393 of Fruth in 2nd, 45 of Caden Anderson in 3rd. Same top 3 we saw for the heats. We're looking to see him for the features as well. Caden Anderson looks to the inside of Fruth, still about a sled or 2 lengths behind. Not going to be able to get by Fruth this time by. It's O'Mara, Fruth, Anderson, 1, 2, 3. Fruth gets way up into the high stuff over there. This gives Anderson the charge he needs to get up to the inside, side by side into that left-hand corner. It's still Fruth trying to pull away, but right on his tail, Caden Anderson looks to the inside, slides up, secures that 2nd place spot fully. Fruth in 2nd, Anderson still back in 3rd. O'Mara, Fruth, Anderson, 1, 2, 3. Then it's the 22 of Barber in fourth, and a little bit of space before we get back to the 623 of Pellet, rounding out your top 5. White flag is out for Zach O'Mara. One more lap to go for the Oak Grove, Minnesota native. Fruth able to pull away from Anderson quite a bit. Now we have about 10 sled lengths separating both our first and second and third place competitors. Evenly spaced throughout the field. Single file. One last time onto the start stretch. Front straightaway. O'Mara Motorsports, Thomas Snow Sports winner, going to be the 26 of Zach O'Mara. 393 of Mitchell Fruth going to finish second. Anderson going to round out your top 3, just like we saw in the heats. Race 11, transition 8 to 10. Heat race winner was the 812 of Bernice Tyke. The 603 of Isaiah Cunningham and the 5 of Easton Green rounded out your top 3. We also have the 10 of Lambrick, the 67X of Kenyon, 114 of Barry, 199 of Korgard, 222 of Ignazuski, 708 of Carlson, and 816 of Speaker. Green lights are out and away we go. Inside line's going to work well for our early race leader, leading the charge, pulling away from the rest of the pack. Tucks down low, still holding on to that lead solely and pulling away from the rest of the field. Now about 7, 8, 9 sled lengths ahead of the rest of their competitors. And it's the 812 of Tyke leading just like they did in the heat race. 603 and 67 hot on their tail. That's Cunningham and Kenyon in second and third. But Kenyon's got company just outside. It's the 10 of Lambrick trying to make a move up to get that podium position. Just outside, holding on to that final top 5 position, it's the 114 of Sadie Berry. It's Tyke, Cunningham, Kenyon, Lambrick, Berry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Out front, another lap in the books for the 812 of Bernice Tyke. 603 of Cunningham and 67 of Kenyon put another lap in the books. Lambrick up to fourth, and it's the 5 of Easton Green now rounding out your top 5. Green able to get by Barry, setting their sights on Lambrick. Green looks to the outside. Lambrick pushes high, cutting off Green. Green still holding on to that 5th place position. White flag is out. One more lap to go for your race leader, the 812 of Tyke leading the way. Cunningham and Kenyon putting another lap in the books, along with Lambrick and Green in 4th and 5th. Green looks to the outside on that Power Lodge left-hand corner. Lambrick to the inside. This might be the charge Green needed to get by. Lambrick looks up high again, cuts down on Green, able to still hold on to that 4th place position. Green looks to the outside on that smooth left-hand side of the Woody's traction rhythm section, able to get by. Green now up to 4th, Lambrick back to 5th, and as we have a checkered flag for Whit Boys Inc., Hebel Cleaning and Restoration, Bernice Tyke gonna take the win. 603 of Cunningham gonna finish second, and it's the 67X of Kenyon rounding out your top 3. Race 12, Junior 10 to 13 up next. Race 13, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009. Race 14, Junior 14 to 17, Junior Open and 600 Open. And Race 15, Transition 8 to 12 should all be in the staging area. Races 16 and 17 should be making your way up if you're not there already. For 10 to 13, we have heat race winner, the 231 of John Tyke, the 13X of Blake Van Dam, the 68X of Arlen Kenyon, the 10 of Schmeideker, 68E of Teisel, 311 of Weisbrod, 314 of McIvy, and the 406 of Smith. Out front early, leading the charge, just like their counterpart did in the last feature race. Looks to be another Tyke taking the lead early on. It's the 231 of John Tyke leading the way. Side-by-side battle for second and third between the 68X of Arlen Kenyon and the 13X of Blake Van Dam. Kenyon with the slight advantage, holding on to second. Van Dam in third. Little bit of space before we get back to a little battle for fourth and fifth. 311 of Wisebroad holding on to fifth overall currently. Out front and pulling away. 2 laps in the books and almost a straightaway advantage. Tyke leading the charge on the 68X of Kenyon and the 13X of Van Dam. It's the 68E of Teisel in fourth. Wisebroad in fifth. Another lap in the books for the 10 of Schmeideker. Tyke puts another lap in. One more lap to go for John Tyke in the lead. Kenyon and Van Dam still holding on second and third. Kenyon trying to put off that battle for second. Kenyon looks high, tucks down low. Van Dam is all over that back end, trying to do anything possible to get up to second place. Looks to the outside, cuts down low. Van Dam now up to the second place spot. Kenyon back to third. Out front alone, though. Checkered flag is out. For Whitboys Inc., Hebel Cleaning and Restoration, 231 of John Tyke. For second place after the pass, it's going to be the 13X of Van Dam and the 68X of Kenyon rounding out your top three. Race 13, Ditchbanger 2000 to 2009. Heat race winner, the 95. We have the 18 of Cole Curtis, the 24X of Scott Kempe, 26X of Berg, 93 of Schmidt, 259 of Olson, 420 of Mitchell, 507 of Casper, 716 of Cordes, and the PROX of Pearson. A whole group of racers going in through that hole shot corner. Side-by-side action from second on back. But out front alone, our leader pulling away from the rest of the field. The 95 doing what they did during the heat race. 259 in second. That's Olson holding on to that second place spot, but he's got company to the inside. Olson with the slight advantage through that left-hand X Racing corner. 716 of Cordes in third. It's the 95. Olson, Cordes, 1, 2, 3. Another lap in the books for the 95 machine. As the 18 of Curtis makes their way up past Cordes, it's a Curtis back and forth. Curtis in third now, Cordes back to fourth. As we got one rider stalled over on the right-hand side of that Power Lodge left-hand corner. Rider gets back up and running. Looked to be the 007 that paused for a bit over on that left-hand corner. Single file through our top 6 racers as the white flag comes out for the 95 machine. Olson, Curtis, second and third. Cordes in fourth. 24X of Kempe in fifth. Then we have the 007. The 420. The 93, the 507, and the 26X. Checkered flag is out. The 95 doing what they did in the heat race, taking the feature win. It's Olson finishing second. And the 18 of Curtis rounding out your top 3. Race 13. Race 13 in the books. Race 14 up next. Junior 14 to 17. We have the 712 of Hudson Reinhardt, the 231 of John Tyke. In the junior open class, we have the 711 of Colton Winter. And in the 600 open 18 plus class, we have the 626 of Michael Sackery. 4 racers, 3 classes in race number 14. Starter checks to make sure they're good. Green light is out. It's a battle for the hole shot, and it's the 711 of Colton Winter taking the hole shot, getting battle by the 712 of Reinhardt on the outside. Reinhardt in second, Winter in first. Reinhardt looks to the outside, tries to make that pass viable, but he's got company right behind him. It's Winter, Reinhardt, 231 of Tyke in third. Winter, Reinhardt still 1 and 2. Reinhardt doing everything possible to try to get by the 711 of Winter. Nothing going there, though, as Winter's able to pull away slightly from the 712 of Reinhardt. Reinhardt now about 6 sled lengths behind the leader. They were just about side by side that entire first lap up through that X Racing left-hand corner by the starting area. Winter now able to secure that lead and pull away from the 712 of Reinhardt. Winter puts another lap in the books, as now the 231 of Tyke slowly but surely reeling in the 712 of Reinhardt. Now remember, folks, the 711 of Winter out there leading the way, racing their own race. They are all alone in the junior open class. The main battle we're going to want to watch is for that second and third place spot. Those are our 2 competitors racing against each other in the same class, the junior 14 to 17 class. Hudson Reinhardt currently in second place overall, leading the junior 14 to 17 class. The 231 in third overall, sitting second in that junior 14 to 17 class. So that's where the big points battle is going to go. And right as I say it, Tyke goes up and over on that left-hand ROX Speed Effects corner. Tyke going down. This will give a chance for the 626 of Sackery to move up into third place overall, who's currently leading the 600 open class. And just like that, we might be seeing the same finish that we saw for the heat race. Tyke on the 231, putting another lap in, as the checkers are out for Amsoil, Andy's Towing, CNA Pro Skis, FXR, Polaris Rocks, Speed Effects, Rugged Companies, number 711 of Colton Winter, taking the win. Reinhardt going to finish second. Sackery going to round out your top 3. Race 15, transition 8 to 12, combined heat race winner, the 68X of Arlen Kenyon, the 812 of Bernice Tyke, 67X of Kenyon, 114 of Barry, 314 of McIvy, 406 of Smith, the 13X of Blake Van Dam, 68E of Teisel, 103 of Cunningham, 199 of Korgard, 535 of Dauphin, and the 973 of Strazy. Looks like we're still getting our riders up to the line, which is a perfect chance to remind all of you in the grandstands to make sure you head on out to the back of the chalet and check out Kevin's Euros out there, serving some authentic Greek Euros, Mediterranean salad, fries, cheese curds, falafel tots. Make sure you check them out, give them some support. Thank them for heading on out to ERX for the Sunday Funday series here, round number 7. We'll be back again tomorrow morning as a quick reminder. Gates open at 8 a.m. Riders meeting at 9:15. Practice at 10:15. Heats at 11. For the second day of our doubleheader weekend, rounds 7 and 8 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park. Back to race 15. Riders are all lined up at the gate. Starter checks to make sure they're all good to go. Light drops, and we're back in action. Early race leader out front looks to be the 68X of Kenyon, doing what he did in the heat race, leading the charge here for the feature. Drop number 2 gets the green light. We're away with them. Out front, it's Kenyon in the lead. The 8-12 of Taike in second, 67 of Kenyon in third, and the 114 of Barry rounding out your top 4 in the first drop. A little bit of space before we get back to our second drop. Early race leader in that second heat race going on right now looks to be the 973 of Strazy, but the 13X of Van Dam peeks to the inside. They bump, they bang. Strazy still holding on to that lead in the second drop. Van Dam doing everything possible to get up to that leading spot. Currently in second in that second drop. Right behind them, waiting in the wings, trying to get in. We have a third place competitor looking at that side-by-side battle as Van Dam makes his way up to lead the second drop, now in 5th place overall. Up front, at the top of the field, it's still the 68X of Arlen Kenyon leading the way. A little bit of space before we get back to the 8-12 of Taike and the 67X of Chase Kenyon. Van Dam's trying to pull in that first drop, do what he did last time by, and take over 3rd place overall. Finished 3rd overall in the heat, leading that second drop class. Not quite sure if he'll have time to do it this time by, as the 68X of Arlen Kenyon takes the white flag. One more lap to go in this transition 8-12 combined race number 15. Race 16 about to hit the track. Junior Ditch Banger 10-13 and Kids Ditch Banger 8-12. Race 17 Ditch Banger 90-99 and race 18 our plus 30 and WSA X classes should all be in staging. Once again, all races should be in staging. One last time. Onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out. Give it up for the 68X of Kenyon taking the win for CNA Pro Skis, Rock Speed Effects, and Snow Studs. Taike gonna finish second. Kenyon gonna finish third for a little Kenyon sandwich going on there. Race 16, heat race winner, the 59 of Lyric Knighton, 99 of Resnisek, the 27 of Scott, the 1 of Nagus, and the 00 of Maury. In the Kids Ditch Banger class, we have the 222 of Jordy Ignazuski and the 1 of Wisebroad. Scott going to be a scratch in this class after her wreck during the heat race. Thoughts going out to her, making sure she's all good there. As we have 5 of our scheduled 6 racers making it for the call. Leading the pack early on. Going to take a first lap in the books. It's the 59 of Knighton leading the way. The 00 of Maury in second. The 222 of Ignazuski in third overall. Ignazuski currently leading that Kids Ditch Banger 8-12 class, as Knighton and Maury are racing the 10-13 junior class. Maury holding on to that second place spot. Ignazuski in third. A little bit of space before we get back to our 4th and 5th place competitors. Wisebroad and Resnisek. Another lap in the books for the 59 of Knighton from Trago, Wisconsin, leading the way. Maury in second, Ignazuski in third. Maury looks to take that outside left-hand turn in the Power Lodge split section. Ignazuski looks to the inside, tries to get up side by side with Maury, not quite able to do it, but is able to gain some ground this time by. Ignazuski now only about a sled length behind his second place competitor, the 00 of Bennett Maury. Wisebroad in fourth. Resnisek in fifth. Resnisek able to make the pass on that outside line. Resnisek now up to 4th place overall. Wisebroad back to 5th. Currently sitting second in the Kids Ditch Banger class. White flag is out for Knight and one more lap to go. Maury and Ignazuski rounding out your podium. Once again, Maury takes the outside line, Ignazuski to the inside. This is exactly what Ignazuski needed, as he's able now to secure that second place spot solely. Ignazuski cuts up. Ignazuski up to 2, Maury back to 3rd. Ignazuski now setting their sights on the 59 of Knighton. With only 1 lap left, though, probably not going to be able to reel him in, as he may have been hoping. One last time through that west end rhythm section, taking that left through the ROX Speed Effects left-hand corner. Checkered flag is in his sights. H2OL and Pump, Timber Ford of Hayward's number 59, Lyric Knighton taking the overall win. 222 of Jordy Ignazuski finishing 2nd overall, taking the win in the kids ditch banger 8-12 class. Maury rounding out your top 3. Race 17, we have the ditch banger 90-99 class. Heat race winner, the 32 of Nash Unzi, 163 of Alex Gillespie, 259 of Tyler Olson. And the rest of the pack going in behind them. 2 racers side by side trying to take that early race lead through the rhythm section. Our outside rider taking the slight advantage, getting up almost vertical there, able to hold on, maintain that lead as the 163 cuts down to the inside. Gillespie up to the lead, Unzi back to 2nd. Unzi with the early race lead was side by side with Gillespie most of that first lap. Gillespie now able to secure that top spot. Unzi to 2nd, 259 of Olson in 3rd. As we have some issues, our 4th place rider looking to make a pass for 3rd, stalls it on the outside of that Woody's Traction rhythm section, trying to get him refired. Gillespie, Unzi, 1-2. Little bit of space before we get back to the 259 of Olson in 3rd. A side-by-side battle for 4th and 5th between the 97. Getting side-by-side, bumping and banging. 97 of Letourneau holding on to 5th place, trying to move up to that 4th place spot from the 15, from the 5 of Weber. White flag is out for Gillespie. 1 more lap to go for the North Branch native. It's Gillespie, Unzi, Olson, 1, 2, 3. 97 and the 5 of Weber just behind him. 17 of Olson trying to get up and take over one of those top 5 positions with 1 more lap to go. Weber bobbling it to the inside. That's just what the 17 of Olson needed to get up side by side. Not able to make that pass secure, though. Checkered flag is out for your feature race winner. The 163 of Gillespie finishing 2nd. Unzi finishing... Gillespie winning. Unzi finishing 2nd. Olson going to round out your top 3. And just like that, final race of our first round of features. In the WSAX Open class, the 731 of Jaeger Cordes and the 95 of Patton. In the 600 class, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth and the 726 of Holicky. Plus 30 Snowcross class has the 26 of O'Mara. And in the 440 class, we have the 108 of Dannert and the 590 of Enroth. Green lights are out. Last feature of this round, hitting the track. It's side by side at the front of the field. Early race leader. Gonna be the 731 of Cordes. O'Mara in 2nd. 726 of Holicky currently in 3rd. Is Fruth able to make a pass to the inside. Fruth now up to 3rd. Holicky back to 4th. It's Cordes, O'Mara, Fruth, Holicky, 1, 2, 3, 4. A little bit of space before we get back to the 716. Out front alone. Another lap in the books for Cordis, but he might have company coming up on his tail. 26 of O'Mara looks to the inside along with the 393 of Fruth. Our top three are slowly but surely pulling up on each other. .108 of Dannert and the 590 of Enroth put another lap in the books. White flag is out for Cordis. One more lap to go for our race leader. Now the top three in this class right now are all leading their own respective classes. 731 of Cordis, your overall race leader, leading the WSAX Open class. 26 of O'Mara in second overall, leading the plus 30 snowcross class. And in third overall, the 393 of Mitchell Fruth, leading the WSAX 600 improved class. Sitting in sixth overall, we have the 108 of Dannert leading the 440 improved class. Checkered flag is out, though, for the 731 of Jaeger Cordis taking the win for Henko Utilities, Lindsey Keene State Farm, and Rally Gear. O'Mara finishing second overall, taking the win for O'Mara Motorsports, Thomas Snow Sports in the plus 30 snowcross class. And Fruth finishing third overall, taking the win in the 600 class for Crazy J's Bar and Grill, Engel Electric, Opahats Metal, and Roll-Offs, and GM Well Drilling. Well, that brings a close to our first round of features for the night. As a reminder, we're going to take a quick intermission here, do a little bit of track prep. This is a perfect time to go grab some food, a drink, warm yourself up, hit the restroom, and we will be back momentarily for our final round of features for the evening here for round number 7 of our Sunday Funday series.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in a line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 28 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers that certified Angus beef. We know what our beef is continuously, and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life, and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got a ship.
Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. First call to staging for our first 3 races of the night. We're hoping to go green flag racing in just about 8 to 10 minutes. So if races 1 through 3, that would be race 1, 200 open, Pro 206, race 2, 120 stock, and race 3, 120 improved stock and snow scoot snow sport. If you could start making your way up to staging. Once again, races 1 through 3, first call to staging, as we hope to be green flag racing in just about 8 to 10 minutes. Attention in the pit area. Attention in the pit area. Second call for our first 3 races to make their way up to staging. We're hoping to go green flag racing in just under 5 minutes. So if race number 1, 200 open, Pro 206, Race 2, 120 stock, and Race 3, 120 improved stock, and our snow scoot classes could start making their way up to the staging area ASAP. We're hoping to go green flag racing in just under 5 minutes.
Man, it's time to be.
Attention in the pit area, attention in the pit area. Final call to staging for our first 3 races of the evening. Race number 1, our 200 Open Pro 206 class. Race number 2, our 120 stock class. And race number 3, our 120 improved stock and snow scoot classes. Once again, last call to staging for our first 3 races of the night. Good evening, racers and race fans. Well, we've been through practice, we've been through the heats, we've been through our first round of features, and now we're about to finish off round number 7 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park with our second round of features for the night. As a quick reminder for those in attendance here, after we get done with our second round of features, don't head off just yet. We have music that will be playing here in the chalet by Tony Cachetti here, celebrating a 40th birthday for Emily Becker, one of the Ditchbanger Triples racers. So make sure for all those in attendance here, you stop on down to the chalet after tonight's activities for a night full of music, fun, and great times. Another quick reminder, for anyone who hasn't already, make sure you talk to your friends and family who weren't able to make it here tonight, as we are live streaming tonight's races for free on mbtvsports.com and through the MBTV Sports Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube pages. So make sure to send all of your friends and family, your coworkers, your enemies, show off to them, to show you guys out there racing at the 2025 Sunday Funday series here at ERX Motor Park. Quick reminder for where we're at for tonight. So we have one set of features left to go. 18 races. Races number 1 through 3 are up in the staging area right now, getting ready to hit the track. Race 1, 200 open and Pro 206. Race 2, 120 stock. Race 3, 120 improved stock, and our snow scoot classes are going to start things off. As another reminder, we will be back tomorrow. Today is night 1 of a double header this weekend. So we have round number 7 tonight, February 8th, here at ERX Motor Park. Tomorrow we'll be back for round 8, February 9th at ERX. Round number 9, our next race after this weekend, will be Sunday, March 2nd, where we're heading across the river to Rock Falls Raceway in Eau Claire, Wisconsin, where we do a 3-race series over in Eau Claire. Round number 9 will be Sunday, March 2nd at Rock Falls Raceway, like I just said. Rounds 10 and 11 will be the weekend of March 8th and 9th at the Silver Mine Ski Jump in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Before we come back here for rounds 12 and 13, our final 2 rounds of the year for the 2025 Sunday Funday series, back here at ERX Motor Park in Elk River, Minnesota. Up at the line, racers are getting all ready to go for race number 1. Pro 206 class, we have the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, the 25K of Cashton Nelson, and the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, the 517 of Abraham in the 200 open class, the 929 of Strazy, 311 of Murtha, 545 of DeBruin, 729 of Olson's, 939 of Storley, and the 989 of Custodio. We're going to give our racers the finger, make sure they're all set to go. Green light is out on the first race of our final set of features here for tonight's round 7 at ERX Motor Park. Out front with the early lead, it's the Mohawk man himself, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, taking the early race charge, but he's got company hot on his tail. It's the 88 of Chase Reinhofer, looking to the outside, dipping down to the inside. It's going to be Caleb Reinhofer with the lead, Chase Reinhofer in second, and the 910 of Storley, I believe, right behind them in third. Custodio in fourth, side-by-side battle for 5th and 6th. As we now have a 3-way battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th going on. Might even be throwing up a 4th rider to make that a 4-rider battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. White flag is out. One more lap to go for race leader, the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer. Chase Reinhofer hot on his tail in second. Storley in third. 3-way battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th between Custodio, the 25K of Nelson, and the 517 of Abraham. All three wide through the X Racing left-hand corner, all taking that inside rhythm section through the Woody's Traction rhythm section. 25 of Nelson looks to the outside, trying to make a move there. Not quite able to do it, still side by side. Up front alone, though, it's still the 21 of Reinhofer and the 88 of Reinhofer, 1 and 2. Checkered flag is out. First checkered of our final section of racing here for the night. Race winner is going to be the 21 of Caleb Reinhofer, taking the win for Premier Rigs, Renegade Truck Equipment, 5-star heating and plumbing. Chase Reinhofer finishing second, 25K of Nelson rounding out your top three. Race 2, we have our 120 stock class. We have the 179, the 412 of Owen Carty, 25 of Oliver Van Dam, 905 of Willow Abraham, the 711 of Shouts, 555 of Mickelson, 122X of Erickson, 25B of Nelson, and the 5 of Green. Green lights are out and away we go. Two riders up front battling for that hole shot. Who's it going to be? Inside rider looking to take the slight advantage as we go down through that first main straightaway before the left-hand corner. Left-hand hairpin turn on our west side of the track. Out front early, it's going to be the 905 of Willow Abraham leading the charge. 412 of Owen Carty right behind him in second. The 179 in third. 179 won the heat race in the first feature, trying to get by, make a clean sweep. Currently sitting in third place, not quite able to do it just yet. Abraham, Carty, 179, 1, 2, 3. As we go back into that right-hand hole shot corner at the beginning of the track. Through that west end rhythm section, the battle is for 1 and 2, as we have a nice side-by-side battle for second and third. Drawing up on the leader, Abraham in the lead, and just as I say, a checkered flag is out. 179 surpasses them all for the clean sweep. Abraham back to second, Carty back to third. Race number 3, 120 improved stock. We have the 88 of Chase Reinhofer who's looking for the clean sweep, along with the 725 of Halata. In the snow scoot class, we have the 3 of Cashton Nelson, the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, the 1 of Krochik, the 8 of Schmeideker, and the 140 of Gorsinger. Green lights are out and away we go for our 120 improved stock and snow scoot class. Early race leader is going to be the 88 of Chase Reinhofer taking the hole shot. Up to the line. Reinhofer, your early race leader, getting surpassed over on the right-hand side. I believe that was the 75 of Addison Schmeideker, trying to make a move on the outside, leading the snow sport class, and goes up and over. Was trying to make a pass for the lead. It was the 8 of Leo Schmeideker. Gets sideways, locks up. Back up on his sled. All is good with Leo. Tried to make that hard pass, wasn't quite able to make it stick. That leaves Reinhofer, now your sole leader up at the front of the field. White flag is out for Reinhofer. 75 of Schmeideker in second. Addison Schmeideker trying to do what Leo Schmeideker wasn't quite able to. Try to get up side by side with Reinhofer, your current race leader. Reinhofer all alone up front. One last time through the rhythm section and onto the front start stretch. Checkered flag is going to come out for your race winner and taking the clean sweep. The 88 of Chase Reinhofer racing for Rough Cut Grill and Bar. Schmeideker second. The 3 of Nelson going to round out your top 3. Race number 4, we have the 200 stock 9 to 12 class. Looking for the clean sweep in this race, the 524 of Michael Rambo, the 545 of Hendrik De Bruin, 710 of Sullivan Smith, 21 of Reinhofer, 311 of Murtha, 314 of McIvy, 730 of Smith, 5 of Green, 10 of Lambrick, 122 of May, 311R of Pellet, 619 of Erickson, 708 of Carlson, and the 939 of Everett Storley. Track is clear. Starter checks out our racers, makes sure they're all ready to go. Green flag is out, and we are 200 stock 9 to 12 racing. First drop is good. Four wide through that left-hand corner. 545 of De Bruin with the hole shot. As we get our second drop out the gate. De Bruin leading the way. Rambo in second. 311 of Murtha in third. 710 of Smith hot on their tail. Back in our second gate drop. Coming back onto the front stretch. One rider out front leading the way. It's the 939 of Everett Storley. 5 of Green and the 10 of Lambrecht in second and third in that second gate drop. Lambrecht setting his sights on the 5 of Storley, trying to make a move, but he's got company right behind him. Looks to be the 122 of May in fourth in that second drop, trying to make the move up to the podium position for that grouping. Up at the front, though, white flag is out. One more lap to go for new race leader, the 524 of Michael Rambo, looking to take the full sweep in this class, winning the heat, first feature, and second feature as well, as we've got a battle developing for second and third. Smith goes up on the outside. 710 of Smith now up to second. That pushes the 545 of De Bruin back to third. It's now Rambo, Smith, De Bruin, Murtha, 1, 2, 3, 4 up at the front. In that second gate drop, we have the 939 of Storley leading the charge in fourth overall. The 5 of Green in fifth overall, and the 10 of Lambrick just behind them. Checkered flag is out for your sweeping winner. Doperalski State Farm, Donlinger Ford's number 524, Michael Rambo taking the win. 710 of Smith going to finish second. De Bruin rounding out your top 3. In the junior girls under 200cc, race number 6, we have the 14 of Charlie Van Dam, the 15Z of Green, 179 of Simonson, 311R of Leah Pellet, and the 708 of JC Carlson. Race 6 up next. Race 7, 200 stock 4 to 8. Race 8, Junior Ditchbanger 13 to 17. And Race 9, Ditchbanger Triples, Ditchbanger Twins, and Leaf Spring should all be in staging. Race 10, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational. And Race 11, Transition 8 to 10 should all be making their way up to the staging area now. Looks like we're getting our racers still lined up for the junior girls class. We'll give them a moment to get all situated before we get back to some green flag action in just a second. Looks like one of our sleds is having some technical difficulties, trying to get things all figured out before the light goes green. Grid is good. Starter checks out the riders. Green light. And away we go for our junior girls race number 6. Into that hole shot corner, bobbling a bit. One rider out front leading the way as they have a 3-wide battle for second, third, and fourth brewing right behind them. It's the 708 of Carlson with the early race lead. Little bit of space before we get back to second, third, and fourth, all half a sled length away from each other. Carlson puts her first laps in the books. 14 of Van Dam in second, 311R of Pellet in third. Little bit of space before we get back to the 179 of Simonson. Seems it was the 15Z of Zella Green that was the scratch for this race. Had some issues with her initial sled with trying to get them all set up. Wasn't quite able to make it for the green light. So now we have 4 riders. We started with 7 on the evening, down to 4, almost at half. But we still have a full podium and then some out there. Carlson leading the way, Van Dam in second, Pellet in third, Simonson in fourth. All single file throughout the field. White flag is in her sights. One more lap to go for the 708 of JC Carlson. Looking to take another feature race win home for the evening. She won the first round of heats in this class. Looking to make it a 2 for 2 on the features. Carlson, Van Dam, and Pellet all take that outside line. Simonson looked to take the inside, cut up high at the last second, moved into that inside rhythm section. One last time through that west end rhythm section, taking the left through the Rock Speed Effects left-hand corner onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for Litchfield, Minnesota's 708 of JC Carlson taking the win. 14 of Van Dam finishing second, and the 311R will round out your podium. Race number 7, we have 200 stock 4 to 8. We have the 910 of Henrik Storley, 517 of Noah Abraham, 23 of Liam Peterson, 989 of Tyler Custodio, 524 of Michael Rambo, 85 of Colton Neifel, the 10R of Bitson, 140 of Gorsinger, 179 of Simonson, 409 of Carlson, 410 of Lance, 710 of Smith, 102 of May, 103 of Cunningham, 106 of Cardi, 222 of Ignazuski, 618 of Potsky, and the 729 of Olson as our first drop gets the green flag, sending them out early. Out front, it's a who's who. Early race leader, going to be the 524 of Michael Rambo. taking the whole shot and leading the crowd onto that West End rhythm section over on the left-hand side of the track and pulling away from the rest of his competitors as we get the green light for the second drop. It's Rambo, Custodio, Smith 1, 2, 3, Neifel in 4th, Bitson in 5th. Then we have the 409 and the 140 rounding out your first drop. For that second drop, leading the way early, it's the 517 of Abraham, 910 of Storley, and 23 of Peterson, your top three. Just outside, we have the 102 of May and the 106 of Carty rounding out your top five for that second pack. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Rambo, looking to make the clean sweep in the 200 stock 4 to 8 class. He won the heat earlier. He won the first feature, looking to make it 3 for 3. Custodio just outside in second. 710 of Smith in third. Neifel battling alongside another one of our racers. I believe that might be the 10R of Bitson. Bitson rounding out your top five in the first half. Side by side in group number 2, Storley surpasses Abraham. Storley up to the lead. Abraham back to second in that second drop. And it's still the 23 of Peterson rounding out your top three in that class. Storley, Abraham, Peterson, 1, 2, 3 in the second drop. And as the checkered flag comes out, your race winner and clean sweep taker, the 524 Rambo, taking the W for Grandma and Grandpa, Ryan Benjamin Real Estate, Doperalski State Farm. Custodio finishing second, Smith third in that first drop. And in the second class, we're 3 wide, drag race to the line. Storley is going to take the win for the double wide Krups Resort. Abraham second on the 517. And it'll be the 23 of Peterson rounding out your top three in drop number 2. Race number 8, Junior Ditchbanger, 13 to 17. We have the 57 of Ezrin Lighters, the 207 of Avery Kisner, 615 of Colton Winter, 726 of Lucas Holicky, the 2 of Haugen, and the 942 of Strazy. Starter checks them out, make sure they're good to go. Green light, and away we go for Junior Ditchbanger, 13 to 17. Race number 8. Race 9, about to hit staging, along with race 10, the Thomas Snowsport Invitational, and transition 8 to 10 in race 11. Races 12 and 13 should be making your way up to staging. Back in race number 8, however, side-by-side battle for the lead up onto the front stretch. Early race leader is going to be the 615 of Colton Winter. With the early lead, Winter took the heat race win, or took the feature race win earlier, trying to make it 2 for 2 on features. Lighter in second took the heat race win, hoping to capitalize on this, move up to the lead in this feature, and it's the 726 of Holicky rounding out your podium as it currently stands. Another lap in the books for the 615 of Winter, clearing that Fox tabletop at the start-finish line. 57 of Lighters, 726 of Holicky, then it's the 207 of Kisner, and the 2 of Haugen, with the 942 of Strazy rounding out your 6 sled field. White flag is out. One more lap to go. It's Winter, Lighters, Holicky, Kisner, Haugen, Strazy, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as it currently stands. Winter with about a straightaway advantage over the second and third place riders. Second and third battle developing as we got one sled length in between the second place rider of Lighters and the third place rider of Holicky. Holicky trying to gain up a spot on Lighters, not quite able to do it. Holicky back now 4 sled lengths from the 57 of Lighters. Checkered flag is out though. Amsoil, Andy's Towing, CNA Pro Skis, Polaris, Rugged Company's Shock Shop. Stud Boys, number 615 of Winter, taking the win. For second, drag race to the line. Lighters with the second place overall. 726 of Holicky rounding out your podium. Race number 9. Ditch Banger Twins, we have the 731 of Jaeger Cordes, the 626 of Michael Sacre, 24X of Kempe, 716 of Cordes. In the Ditch Banger Triples class, we have the 71 of Houston Becker and the Birthday Girl, the 712 of Emily Becker. And in the Leaf Spring class, we have the 1 of Wisebroad and the 44 of Rats. Out front, leading the way as he's done all day. 731 of Jaeger Cordes looking to take the sweep here. 71 of Houston Becker in second overall. 626 of Sacre in third overall. 71 of Houston Becker, though sitting second currently leading the race for the Ditch Banger Triples class between Houston and Emily Becker. Another lap in the books for the 731 of Jaeger Cordes. Houston Becker in second. 626 of Sacre across the line, along with the 24X of Kempe in fourth. And the 712 of Emily Becker, the Birthday Girl, rounding out your top 5. For those in attendance here in the grandstands, if you need a moment to warm up, head on into the chalet where we currently have Tony Cacchetti playing some music down there. White flag is out for Cordes. One more lap to go for Jaeger. Race 9 out on the track now. Race 10, Thomas Snowsport 440 to 600 Invitational about to hit the track. Race 11, Transition 8 to 10, and Race 12, Junior 10 to 13 should be in staging. Checkered flag is out though for your race winner. 731 of Jaeger Cordes taking the win. 71 of Houston Becker finishing second, and the 626 of Michael Sacre rounding out your top 3. Thomas Snowsport, 440 to 600 Invitational lineup. Looking for the sweep, it's the 26 of Zach O'Mara out of Oak Grove, Minnesota. 45 of Caden Anderson. 393 of Mitchell Fruth, along with the 22 of Barber, 54 of Anderson, and the 623 of Pellet. We got one sled at a standstill on the front stretch. Got them all started back up. Track is now clear. So we are all set to go. TSS Racing, green light is out. Early race leader side by side for the whole shot. Looks like it might be the 26 of O'Mara, if I see that correctly. Going for the clean sweep and absolutely booking it, pulling it away from the rest of the field. It's O'Mara, Fruth, Anderson at the line. 623 of Pellet, 54 of Anderson, 22 of Barber, and the 120 7 of our 6 riders showing up out there. 126 in the back, not quite sure who that is. Out front, O'Mara puts in another lap in the books, along with Fruth and Anderson, 1, 2, 3. Fourth is Pellet, Barber, Anderson, And our mystery rider coming to a stall on the front stretch, able to get it restarted. Single file throughout the field. A little over halfway through our final set of features for the night. O'Mara leads the way, Fruth about half a straightaway behind. Both riders opting to take the right side of the Power Lodge left-hand corner. All three of our top riders going to that outside line. Battle for fourth, side by side. Barber to the inside. Barber securing that fourth place spot away from the 623 of Pellet. Pellet now back to fifth overall. It's O'Mara, Fruth, Anderson, Barber, Pellet, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just outside the top five, we have the 54 of Anderson and the 126 machine. Checkered flag is out. O'Mara gonna take the win for O'Mara Motorsports, Thomas Snow Sports. Fruth gonna finish second, and Caden Anderson rounding out your top three, just like we saw earlier on. Race 11, transition 8 to 10. Looking for another clean sweep, the 812 of Bernice Tyke, 603 of Isaiah Cunningham, 67X of Chase Kenyon, 5 of Easton Green, 10 of Brantley Lambrecht, 114 of Barry, 199 of Korgard, 222 of Ignazuski, 708 of Carlson, 816 of Speaker. We go in through the whole shot corner. One leader pulling away from the rest of the field, but he's got company hot on his tail. It's going to be the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham with the early race lead, Lambrecht in second, and the 67X of Kenyon in third. Then we got Green in fourth. Cunningham slowly but surely pulling away from the rest of the pack, trying to set themselves apart. Another lap in the books for Cunningham. Lambrecht in second, Kenyon in third. Then it's Green and the 812 of Tyke. Tyke had the clean sweep going on earlier, now barely in the top five, trying to battle past that fourth place competitor, the 5 of Green, but not having any luck with it. Green on the outside, Tyke looks to duck down to the inside, nothing going there. Tyke's in a 4-sled battle for second, third, fourth, and fifth. Looks like that clean sweep might not be as close as they were hoping it would be. Out front alone, though, white flag is out for the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham out of Atwater, Minnesota, with almost a full straightaway advantage over our second place rider, as the 67X of Kenyon's able to slide up to the outside of Brantley Lambrecht. Lambrecht now back to third overall. Bumping and banging as we got the 5 of Green going up and over his sled. Green's back up on it, was trying to make the battle for third, didn't end up working. Green ends up going down. Checkered flag is out for the 603 of Isaiah Cunningham, taking the W for Atwater Ford. It'll be the 67 of Kenyon in second, and the 812 of Tyke rounding out your top three. Race 12, Junior 10 to 13. About to hit the track. Race 13, Ditch Banger 2000 to 2009. Race 14, Junior 14 to 17, Junior Open and 600 Open. And then race 15, Transition 8 to 12 should all be in staging. Race 16, 17, and 18 start making your way up to staging. For race 12, looking for a clean sweep also, the 231 of John Tyke, 13X of Blake Van Dam, 68X of Arlen Kenyon, the 10 of Schmeideker, 68E of Teisel, and the 311 of Weisbrod. Going in through that whole shot corner, early race leader is going to end up being the 231 of John Tyke leading the way. On the front straightaway, As it stands, it's Tyke, Van Dam, Kenyon, Wisebroad, 1, 2, 3, 4. Just behind them, it's the 68E of Teisel and Schmeideker, rounding out your 6-sled field. Up front, pulling away, looking to secure that sweep. Tyke setting the pace, putting another lap in the books. 2 laps in, almost a full straightaway advantage over the second place racer, the 13X of Van Dam. Van Dam racing out of Russell, Minnesota, sponsored by Russell Creek Sawmill, Daling Construction, Venom Products, CNA Pro Skis, looking to at least get a second place finish for his sponsors. And just behind him, the 68X of Arlen Kenyon out of Barnesville, Minnesota, racing for CNA Pro Skis, Rock Speed Effects, and Snow Studs, rounding out that top 3 podium. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for John Tyke from Chatfield, Minnesota. Tyke, just 13 years old, one of the elders in this race, racing against a few 12-year-olds and even an 11-year-old out there. Trying to show these youngsters how it's done before moving up to the next level of this class. Out front, though, just like we saw all night, sweep in the books for Whit Boys Inc., Hebel Cleaning and Restoration. Give it up for the 231 of John Tyke taking the sweep. Blake Van Dam going to finish second on the 13X. And it's the 68X of Arlen Kenyon rounding out your top 3. Race 13. We have the 95, the 18 of Cole Curtis, 24X of Scott Kempe, 259 of Tyler Olson, 26X of Berg, 93 of Schmidt, 420 of Mitchell, 507 of Casper, and the 716 of Cordis. Over on the left-hand side of the track, it's the 95 with the hole shot, leading the way, looking to take the sweep like we've seen all night. 95 puts a lap in the books. 259 of Olson and the 18 of Curtis hot on their tail in second and third. Olson gets a bit sideways. That gives a chance for Curtis to try to come up, sneak by side. Curtis hot on his tail, half a sled length behind, but Curtis has got company right behind him. It's the 26X of Joshua Berg trying to make his nose up there as well. Berg hasn't been on the podium yet today, looking to do so in this final feature race of the night for this class. Berg in fourth, Curtis in third. The battles for third and fourth right now, ladies and gentlemen. Out front alone, it's still the 95 pulling away from the rest of the field. Olson in second. Slight advantage to Curtis on the inside. 24X of Kempe in fourth. Kempe looks to the outside. Trying to make that pass there, nothing going on. Curtis has got the preferred line, cuts down low. Kempe to the inside. Kempe sneaks to the outside, side by side through the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. And it's Kempe who's able to come up. Kempe now up to third place overall. Curtis isn't going to go without a battle, though. Curtis on the outside, side by side, trying to make a battle for that podium position again. Kempe still holding on strong. Curtis looks to the outside once again. White flag is out. One more lap to go. One of our riders down in the Woody's Traction Rhythm section. This might give our racers a chance to get side by side. Doesn't upset the battle for third and fourth. Kempe's still in third. Out front alone, though. Checkered flag is out, taking the clean sweep. It's the 95 machine, taking the win yet again. Second's going to go to the 259 of Tyler Olson. And third, it'll end up being the 24X of Scott Kempe taking that final podium position. Race 14, about to hit the track. Races 15, 16, 17, and 18 should all be in staging. Once again, all classes should be in staging for the night. For race 14, Junior Open, 711 of Colton Winter looking to take the clean sweep. 600 Open 18 plus, it's the 626 of Michael Sackery. In the Junior 14 to 17 class, it's the 712 of Hudson Reinhardt and the 231 of John Tyke. 4 racers, 3 classes, lights are green, and away we go. Leading the charge early, it's Winter to the inside. Winter may have gotten the whole shot, but it's the 712 of Reinhardt looking to the outside. Reinhardt, your new race leader. At the light, Reinhardt, your race leader. Winter in second. 231 of Tyke in third. 626 of Sackery rounding out your 4-sled field. Winter's won both other races in this class tonight. He won the heat race, he won the first feature, and he's looking to make it a clean sweep. But Hudson Reinhardt says, not if I have anything to say about it. Hudson slides high. This gives Winter a chance to get side by side. Reinhardt able to hold on, secure that lead fully to himself yet again. Puts another lap in the books. It's the 712 up front. Winter on the 711 in second. 231 of Tyke still holding on for third. Tyke, now that's probably where I'd want to be right now if I'm looking at these two racers going back and forth. Might be able to capitalize on one of their missteps if they get side by side, get into each other, slide one high. Tyke might be able to secure that spot. Tyke still a few sled lengths back. Up front, though, however, it's still the 712 of Reinhardt and the 711 of Winter duking it out for 1 and 2. Both riders, however, in their own classes. So even though they're looking for a first place overall, they're both still leading their own respective classes. 712 of Hudson Reinhardt, not only with the overall, but leading the Junior 14 to 17 class out on the track. 711 of Colton Winter, second overall, currently leading the Junior Open class right now. And even in fourth place, we have yet another race winner, the 626 of Michael Sackery, maybe sitting fourth overall, racing himself out there, racing the mind, the biggest enemy, in that 600 Open 18 plus class. Checkered flag is out, though, for your first race winner of the night. The 712 of Hudson Reinhardt from Stillwater, Minnesota. Winter taking second overall. 231 of Tyke rounding out your top 3. Race 15, transition 8 to 12 combined. We have the 68X of Arlen Kenyon, 67X of Chase Kenyon, 812 of Bernice Tyke, 13X of Blake Van Dam, 114 of Barry, 314 of McIvy, 406 of Smith, 68E of Teisel, 103 of Cunningham, 199 of Corgard, 535 of Doffing, and the 973 of Strazy. First drop going to take the green light. Out front early looks to be the 68X of Arlen Kenyon, if I'm reading that correctly. And looks like I'm mistaken. It's the 812 of Tyke getting the whole shot, leading that first lap. Tyke with the early race lead. 68X of Kenyon in second, along with the 67X of Chase Kenyon in third. It's Tyke, Kenyon, 1, 2, 3. Little bit of space before we get back to Barry on the 114. In that second gate drop, though, leading out front early, it's going to end up being the 973 of Strazy leading the way. 13X of Van Dam in second, and then we got a side-by-side battle for third and fourth in the second drop class. Out front, in the first drop, looking to make a pass for the lead. Tyke has it. Kenyon wants it. Kenyon again looking for another sweep. We've had a few sweepers out here tonight, taking the heat and both feature races. Kenyon looking to do the same, but Kenyon currently isn't in the spot to do that. It's Tyke out front alone now. Kenyon looks to the outside, still about 2 sled lengths behind, not able to do anything quite yet. In the second drop, it's Strazy, Van Dam, 1 and 2. White flag is out for our battle for the lead. Side by side, Tyke to the inside. Kenyon on the outside. Tyke puts another lap in the books, number 1. Kenyon cuts down to the inside, tries to make the pass, isn't able to make it stick. Taiki still your race leader through the Woody's Traction Rhythm section in the middle of the track. Kenyon looks to the outside where it's nice and smooth, a little bit longer, but gets the run he needs. Gets up side by side. He's got the inside preferred line. Taiki goes way high. That's just what Kenyon needed. Kenyon to the inside. Kenyon, your new race leader. Checkered flag is out. It's a drag race to the finish. Who's it gonna be? Side by side to the line. Kenyon able to take the sweep tonight. Taiki back to second. And Chase Kenyon gonna round out your top three. Race 16 about to hit the track. Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 and Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12. Race 17 Ditch Banger 90 to 99, and our final race of the night, plus 30 Snowcross and our WSA X classes are all in the staging area. But for race 16, Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 as the 59 of Lyric Knight and the 00 of Bennett Morey, the 1 of Nagus, and the 99 of Resnicek. And in the Kids Ditch Banger 8 to 12 class, we have the 222 of Jordy Ignazowski and the 1 of Wisebroad. All our classes dropping at once. 5 racers are making the call. We started with 7 earlier today. Cassie Scott ended up getting in a little bit of a wreck over on the left-hand corner before the start-finish line. So she got out. Now it looks like we're down yet another racer. Early race leader is going to be the 59 of Knighton leading the way, looking for a clean sweep. 222 of Ignazowski in second. Morey in third. Knighton looking to take their first win of the night. Or no, Knighton looking to take the clean sweep of the night. Ignazowski currently sitting in second, leading the Kids Ditch Banger class, also looking to clean sweep that class with a second overall. Side-by-side battle for second and third. Ignazowski on the inside. To the outside, though, it's Morey. Morey able to get by Ignazowski. Morey now up to second place overall. Another lap in the books for Knighton as Ignazowski puts on another late race charge. Ignazowski back up to second overall. Morey in third overall. 99 of Resnicek putting in another lap. Along with the 1 machine in fourth. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go for Lyric Knighton to complete the clean sweep in the Junior Ditch Banger 10 to 13 class. Ignazowski in second, Morey in third still. And then it's the 1 in fourth. And the 99 of Resnicek rounding out your 5 sled field. Another quick reminder, as we come to the checkered flag, Lyric Knighton gonna take the win for H2O Well and Pump Stud Boy. 222 of Jordy Ignazowski finishing second overall, winning the Kids Ditch Banger class. 00 of Bennett Morey rounding out your top 3 overall. Reminder for all of those in the stands, we do have some music going on here in the chalet. Tony Cacchetti is playing some music for a 40th birthday party that we're celebrating tonight. So make sure to stop on out here, listen to some music as we hit the green flag for race 17, our second to last race of the night. Ditch Banger 90 to 99 class, 163 of Alex Giuseppe, 32 of Nash Unzi, and the 259 of Tyler Olson leading the charge throughout the rest of our field. Out front early, it's Gillespie, Olson, and Unzi 1, 2, 3. 97 just outside in fourth. That's Jack Latorno from Lindstrom, Minnesota. He's got company right behind him. A two-rider battle for 5th and 6th raging on between the 19 and one of our other competitors. Out front, though, pulling away. He won our first feature of the night. Looks like he's trying to go 2 for 2 on these features. It's the 163 of Alex Gillespie putting in another lap in the books. 259 of Olson in second, as we have Unzi, who is sitting third overall. He's down. 17 and 97 duking it out for that final podium spot now. 17 of Bailey Olson, 97 of Jack Latorno. Latorno's got the inside line. Latorno now up to third place solely, but the 17 of Olson isn't going to go without a fight. Olson wants to get up on that podium. Both of these riders haven't made a podium yet tonight, so they're hoping to do it for the first time here in this final feature race of the night for this class. White flag is out. One more lap to go for Gillespie. It's Gillespie, Olson, 1-2. Over a straightaway before we get back to our third place rider, the 97 of Latorno, 17 of Olson, and the 5 of Weber trying to get into the mix. Through that rhythm section over on the west end of the track, underneath the lights, through the rocks, speed effects, left-hand corner onto the front straightaway. Checkered flag is out for the 163 of Alex Gillespie, taking the win for North Branch, Minnesota. Tyler Olson going to finish second on the 259, and in third place, first time on the podium tonight, give it up for the 97 of Jack Latorno, taking that third place spot. Final race of the night, ladies and germs. You've been here for a round of heats and a round of features. Now we're back for a second round of features. One last race to go. It's our plus 30 Snowcross and WSAX classes. WSAX Open, we have the 731 of Jaeger Cordes and the 95 of Patton. In the 600 class, we have the 393 of Mitchell Fruth and the 726 of Holicky. Plus 30 Snowcross, we got the 26 of O'Mara. And in the X 440 class, we have the 108 of Dannert and the 590 of Enruth. Out front early, leading the charge in our final feature of the night. It's the 731 of Jaeger Cordes looking to make the clean sweep. O'Mara in second, 393 of Fruth sitting in third. It's Cordes, O'Mara, Fruth, 1, 2, 3. They got company just on the outside, though. Currently sitting in fourth place overall. The 726 of Holicky waiting in the wings, trying to get his first podium of the night in this class. Then we got the 108 of Dannert and the 590 of Enruth rounding out our field. Cordes looking for the clean sweep in the WSAX Open class. All three of our top riders currently winning their respective classes. Cordes leading the WSAX Open class. O'Mara sitting in second overalls, leading the plus 30 class. Fruth in third overall, leading the 600 class. Then as we get back to our fifth place competitor, it's the 108 of Edward Dannert. He's currently leading the WSAX 440 class. He's got company right behind him, though. It's the 590 of Enroth right behind him, trying to get up and take a win in this class for the night. White flag is out. One more lap to go for round number 7. As our second and third place riders, Fruth and O'Mara, they bump and bang on the start stretch. Fruth trying to get up to second. Fruth's got the inside line. O'Mara down to the inside. Fruth now in sole possession of second overall. O'Mara able to dip back up side by side. Fruth gets a little sideways. He's able to hold on to second. One last time. Taking that left-hand corner onto the front stretch straightaway. Hanko Utilities, Lindsay Keene State Farm Rally Gear. Checkered flag is out for your final race winner of the night, the 731 of Jaeger Cordes. Fruth going to finish second overall. O'Mara going to round out your top three. Nice little battle at the back of the field for our WSAX 440 improved racers. Dannard has it. Enroth wants it. Enroth to the inside one last time onto the front stretch. Side by side drag race to the line. Who's it going to be? Checkered flag is out. Ron Enroth taking the win on the 590. Edward Dannard going to finish second for the 440 class. Thank you guys all for heading out here tonight for round number 7 of the 2025 Sunday Funday series. As a reminder, we will be back bright and early tomorrow morning for round number 8. February 9th. Gates open at 8 a.m. Riders meeting at 9:15. Practice at 10:15 a.m. First heat at 11 a.m. My name's Zach Bailey on behalf of everyone here at ERX for the 2025 Sunday Funday series. Thank you guys all for stopping on out tonight. And remember, racing is just for the track. Drive safe tonight, ladies and gentlemen.
My name is John O'Connor. I'm a snowboarder for life and a business owner in Windham, New York. We run a restaurant and inn here. This is our backyard. Having a backyard park is really special because being able to snowboard at home and not have to get in the car, go to a resort, wait in the line, is your own creative space to do whatever you want, however you want. You're in your element. You're right at home, and it's a really good feeling when you can tune into the space around you with you and your friends and just make something special of it. The Tow Pro has helped my vision come to life with where I would like to take the backyard setup, and without it, it wouldn't be the same. It's the most easy to use, compact, portable, reliable rope tow that you can buy. It's the best thing that I own as far as what gives me happiness in life. Without it, it's not the same when you're hiking. To be able to keep riding and feel like you're snowboarding, that's what it's all about. And the Tow Pro has made that happen.
Freight is the backbone of the country, and as long as people need goods, they're going to need somebody to get it to them. My name is Matt Bohl with QualityFreightRate.com, powered by T-Force Worldwide. We provide LTL, truckload, and expedited freight services across this country. If your freight weighs over 120 pounds going over 120 miles, that's where my shipping rates kick in. We help companies ship easier for less. With our system, our customers are able to quote and book shipments with ease 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. If you're having trouble with damages, lost freight, claims of any sort, we can help you with our experience, solve the problem, tell you why it's happening and what you should do to prevent it in the future. Me and my team have been together for over 20 years. We know this industry. We can help all size business, big or small, we love them all. But we have a special spot for small business. Small businesses are pillars in the community. Low rates are critical for a small business because the margins are generally pretty small. They need to have competitive rates. They can't be getting gouged or they lose the sale. Freight is simple. People make it difficult. We work as consultants in the industry, so it doesn't matter what your problem is, we'll solve it. We educate the customers, we solve problems, and we lower their shipping rates. And that's what I've been doing for 28 plus years.
My two passions in life is racing and selling good high-end meat. So my grandfather came here from Germany back in the late 20s. He decided to open his own shop in 1951. He had all the recipes, he had all the talent. His father was a meat guy. His father's father was a butcher. They weren't football players, basketball players. They were in the meat business. And that's our family. That's what we're good at. Old World Meats was derived from Frank's Meats. That was my grandfather's name. I know the quality of my beef is the best because I've purchased it directly from the ranchers at Certified Angus Beef. We know what our beef is continuously and it's very consistent. So we're located up here in Duluth on beautiful Lake Superior, just a stone throw off of Highway 61. I've lived here my whole life and it's where I wanted to raise my family. To be successful, you need to have a talent. And I knew I was going to be in the meat business. I can taste spices, I can pick out flavors, where they need to come in, where they need to stop. So knowing your strengths are important and knowing where you came from. We have a hot snack stick that's got actually 8 different spices of heat in that, and it layers the flavors in the heat. That's what makes the difference with our product. The most exciting part was becoming coast to coast with the Old World Meats snack sticks. My neighbor stopped me on the street and said, "Paul, I was just down in Georgia and this gas station had your product." It was one of the highlights of the year. I don't know of a state at this point that we haven't had product in. Being in business in a small town really puts things into perspective. It's the little things for me to be appreciated and respected. So this whole operation here, it doesn't have to be the biggest, but it needs to have passion. And today, I'm changing lives of people that work with me. My guys are learning lifelong skills and values. That's the good stuff. Let's make the world a better place. Let's have a good time at it.
When you've got to ship it from anywhere to anywhere,
QualityFreightRate.com.
the LTL Freight Logistics Specialist for your small business.
QualityFreightRate.com.
We simplify shipping, eliminate those surprise charges, and negotiate the best rates from most LTL qualified carriers.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Special residential and liftgate rates available for automotive and ag implements.
QualityFreightRate.com.
Use the promo code ICE and get 10% off your first shipment. Startup is so easy. Get a quote and ship today. QualityFreightRate.com.